Hello there, internet dwellers. Welcome back to another video. Today, we have a huge video for you guys. We are going to be reacting to the Monument Mythos in its entirety. And I'm not going to do it in one sitting, okay? So you're going to notice a change of clothes, probably. I'm going to watch Season 1, and I'm going to watch Season 2 separately, but I'm going to merge them together. I did react to this series when it first came out. That was 4 years ago, which is absolutely insane. I said in my previous video of the alternate American folklore that it was one of the first analog horrors / this type of video that I reacted to on my channel. It was awesome then, and I've forgotten most of the details, most of the story, most of the plot points, so I think it's good to come back to this, introduce a new audience, because I know a lot of you are new to this and probably don't even know what I'm talking about or weren't with me when I watched the Monument Mythos. So we're going to watch the full thing and appreciate it for what it truly is. Now, this is a mind-bending series. Manticore loved to kind of play around with American history and rewrite it in a way that interacts American history with just eldritch beings. Very abstract, very absurd ideas that are really hard to wrap your head around, and you guys are going to be in for a treat if you don't know what this is. Be sure to go and subscribe to Manticore. The link will be in the description along with the playlist to the Monument Mythos. Highly recommend you go watch it for yourself. It may confuse you and it may require a couple of watches, but I promise you it's completely worth it. Without further ado, guys, let's jump into the first video. CORNERFOLK, the Monument Mythos. So this is technically the first video in the Monument Mythos. So I believe this playlist is in chronological order of how to watch this whole thing. Because spoiler alert, the CORNERFOLK tie-in to the Monument Mythos was actually a big reveal towards the end of Season 2, which is insane. But I guess, you know, we're starting straight off right here that they're both connected. So here we go. CORNERFOLK, the Monument Mythos. In 2011, Riley Tillon uploaded 3 videos describing an unseen presence in his home. A 4th video in 2013 raised concerns over his safety and prompted an official investigation. Upload 1.
Many dimensions intersect with our own, several of which are 2D planes. When 2 or more planes intersect, they form corners.
Yep.
Entities in the intersecting planes cannot perceive each other. They exist separately, in their own worlds. However, the CORNERFOLK can pass these boundaries and enter other planes.
Oh.
The CORNERFOLK are a trans-dimensional species. They are the only ones who can traverse the corners shaped by planes. Coincidentally, I believe that the corners of my own home align with several planes, for I've seen the CORNERFOLK in action, crossing the corners from one reality to another.
What? Already, it just that's such a crazy concept. So you're saying like that the corners, the lines are different realities? Okay. While making this video, I heard the CORNERFOLK and immediately got my camera. This is what I recorded. Oh, jeez. It's like a freaking squid. You know what it's like? It's like when you see that thing in the corner of your vision, and every time you look at it, it moves. I forgot what those things are called, but they like... Oh my goodness. So those things are jumping between different realities.
This leap requires massive amounts of energy that, when released, produces bright blue flashes. I have yet to discover the source of this energy,
right,
and the reason behind the CORNERFOLK crossings remains unknown.
Okay. CORNERFOLK update.
While
October
I was at work, my camera's captured up
27th.
to 12 CORNERFOLK huddling in the doorway.
That looks like a huge hunter spider.
I had to cross dimensions quickly, but the new footage has proven otherwise.
They just
When I'm not
live there?
alone, they take a break from traveling and exhibit micro movements similar to dreaming animals.
Oh crap, okay.
They must
They're
feel
just chilling.
safe in these corners, which suggests that the CORNERFOLK's own home is made of similar structures.
The corner world.
I imagine that their corner world is made of many plane intersections, allowing them to move freely without using up any energy.
Right, okay.
My photographs show that smaller CORNERFOLK have odd impressions on their skin, as though they had been pressed against many plane intersections at once. The corners likely belong to a nursery or a crib in their homeworld. A multitude of corners placed in close proximity could be used to secure the infant from leaving the corner world.
Right.
Perhaps they only cross corners in search of food, the same way we only leave our homes for resources.
Interesting.
The corner world may be used to raise young, while my own house's corners serve as rest stops of sorts during their journeys.
This sounds like a freaking schizophrenic nightmare, I'm not gonna lie, guys.
I've begun to dream of the corner world. I can't stop thinking about it.
Oh dear.
According to the calendar, I've spent entire weeks in my home, just drawing.
So each of those are
describing the corner
corners.
world on paper. I lost my job last month due to repeated absences.
Jeez, okay, it's getting pretty bad.
It really does feel like I just left the office this afternoon.
Okay.
When the CORNERFOLK jump, it feels as though they're taunting me.
Why?
But I'm close to a solution. Regardless of whether my body survives the forces of the corner world or not, this much is certain.
He's gonna try and jump
The fear
through.
of my own destruction will not prevent my entry.
Yeah, this is insane. Upload 4, I thought there's only 3 uploads. This is the one that they don't want to show you. Him running headfirst into a wall, into a corner, and just passing out from blood loss. Damn. It's a very interesting concept, a very unique concept that you wouldn't even think to think of. And that's why I love Manticore's stuff. Oof. Following his last upload, viewers requested a wellness check on Riley Tillon. Local authorities found Tillon asleep in one corner of his room. A closer examination revealed that his internal organs had been folded along various axes, warranting immediate medical attention. During his recovery, Tillon avidly made origami, despite claiming to have never been taught how to do so. As of 2020, he remains in the care of his friends. Bro, he jumped into an alternate reality and learned the art of origami, and his insides were folded. He basically turned into like a paper person. Which, now that I think about it, that could link into the freaking American folklore thing. The whole corner world could link straight into that, because that's paper that can be folded. So this is what Manticore used to go by. They changed their name multiple times throughout their YouTube career. They're just known as Manticore now. So if you're wondering, who is this? That is what Manticore used to go by. Interesting stat though, there we go. So it's the Monument Mythos starts off with the CORNERFOLK, a strange interdimensional species that can transcend from one reality to another through the transportation of corners, I don't know. The more you try and think on it, the more confusing it gets, so it's best just to move on. That's the best thing to do. LIBERTYLURKER, the Monument Mythos. Okay, so this is the official first video of the Monument Mythos. This is where it all began, guys. Well, technically it's not, but within the Monument Mythos, this is where it all began. This is what the description says. Archivist note. It is believed that all surviving audio recordings of the infamous 1889 LIBERTYLURKER interview with Frederick Auguste Bartholdi are fakes produced by American publicists at the turn of the 20th century. Archaic spellings and other minor deviations in the French transcription can be attributed to these publicists. The deviations have been preserved to maintain the transcription's historical integrity. While American publicists correctly capitalized Etats Unis, United States, in their transcriptions of LIBERTYLURKER interviews, French writers often left the country in lowercase to subtly hint at their own anti-American sentiments. It includes a newly restored clip from STLI 1.8084, film damage is no longer visible. I'm guessing this will all make sense later, because there's things that get thrown in early on that will only make sense later on. So this probably isn't going to make sense on its own. There'll probably be other videos in the series that will make more sense of this, but let's jump into this. The following audio is an excerpt, how do you say that word? Excerpt from an 1889 interview with the designer of the Statue of Liberty. Never mind, I think this is literally just going to describe it all now. But there are things that make more sense when paired with another video. It's like a wine with a nice cheese. Is that how it works? I don't know. The most difficult aspect of the construction was the pedestal. Although the statue was intended to be a gift, the US ambassador urged us to follow President Grant's requests. We agreed, and each month we received varying size requirements for the pedestal. After 4 years, requests to change the size of the pedestal ceased. People wonder why the pedestal is so much taller than the lady. All I tell them is, ask the Americans. Damn. In 1949, the statue underwent extensive renovations. The official blueprint behind the changes, titled STLI 1.8084, was classified for 36 years. Provide entrance for sustenance, install engine to assist with eventual departure. Eventual departure. Engine. Okay. Axle. Wheels. Entrance. Stairs. Drain. Waste storage. Okay, now that I kind of know what's... if I'm remembering correctly... Obviously, when you're looking at this for the first time, you're like, okay, why the hell do they need a drain? What the heck does waste storage mean? But when you find out what the Statue of Liberty was used for, it makes sense. And I mean inside, not the actual Statue of Liberty, I mean inside this universe. During the summer of 1954, thousands of immigrants described a foul odor while passing through Ellis Island. Ellis Island was awful. The whole place reeked of flesh like a slaughterhouse. There were also dead birds everywhere. My sister even found one in the toilet. If this is how the coast is, my father said, imagine how bad the cities smell. I remember hearing other families half-jokingly say that they wanted to return to Milan because of the smell. My family had sprayed perfume and burned candles to keep the stench away, but it would only work for an hour or so until the air became unbearable again. You would think that they would have some kind of system in place to prevent the smell. The evenings were so hot I stayed mostly awake, even though the rest of my family slept soundly. I remember looking out the window each night and seeing lines of people being led to the Liberty statue by officials. Are you figuring it out yet, guys? Have you figured it out yet? After they would go into the pedestal, the officials would leave and nothing else would happen. I'm remembering, the following morning would smell so much worse than like a slaughterhouse. The Ellis Island immigration station closed the following November. August 1985, first sighting of the Liberty Lurker. Oh, there it is. What's inside? Oi, okay. Upon investigation, local authorities likened the waste storage compartment to a mass grave. If you have family members who were last seen at Ellis Island between the years 1949 and 1954, you may be entitled to compensation. Geez, that's going to be a lot of compensation. That's crazy. So they're alluring to the fact that these immigrants were lured into the Statue of Liberty and were basically fed to the Statue of Liberty. We don't know why yet, but the whole drain thing and the waste storage makes sense now. It will make sense later on, but it's a crazy story. So that was Liberty Lurker. Here we go. Let's just have a look at the credits here. So we got Georgia Pellegriano. I'm going to butcher that. I am so sorry. Pellecchiaro. Georgia Pellecchiaro. I don't know how you say. I'm sorry. Jacob Sandor. The end. Okie dokie. Next video.
RUSHMOREREVENGE. The Monument Mythos.
Archivists note, perpetrators of the Rushmore Revenge incident remain at large. August 7th, 2003. Let's jump in. The National Park Service finds the Mount Rushmore National Memorial vandalized. The US government can fund mass murder if it's labeled a national monument. Every day, executions occur in 2,600 American landmarks. The blood of liberty will be avenged. Okay, so they're referring to the people being fed into the Statue of Liberty. The souls of Lincoln will be freed. I don't know what that's referring to right now, but we shall see. Damn, man, that's pretty neat handwriting. That thing's pretty big, though, isn't it? Let's have a look at Mount Rushmore. What is the size of Mount Rushmore? Oh my goodness, it's huge. Hang on a sec. That's Mount Rushmore. That's humongous. And look, if you look at the size of the lettering here, how did they do that? Look, these are trees right here. These are big trees. So they got up there and they sprayed this. God knows how big those words are. If this is 60 foot, then that means this is about 40 to 50 foot. That's insane. What I'm saying is that's big letters. More messages. Okay, August 14th, 2003, more messages. I will introduce infection next week, Monday to Sunday, 10 to 12, 10 to 13 p.m. Watch the symptoms. What? August 18th, 2003. Due to security concerns, the National Park Service assigns patrols for the next 7 nights. The patrols are told to videotape all anomalies from 10:12 to 10:13 p.m. Monday. So who is this in charge? My God, they need a better camera. What the heck was that? Was that like a straight up thing from space? Whoa! What is that? Is that in the sky or is that on top of the statue? Wouldn't it be crazy if one of the heads just moved? It'll be like something from God of War. You see a health bar up here at the bottom. So whatever this thing is not human in nature. It can't be. It can't be human in nature. Thursday. There's something there. Friday. Okay, so not a lot. Oh my God. That dude with the mustache is freaking me out. Looks like he's moving. Is there something on top of there? Can't really see because the camera's got like the freaking quality of a potato. Oh. Saturday. Did they forget to remove the lens cap? Oh my God. What a... How are you not seeing that the lens cap's on? Oh dear, let's just quickly go back and look at that. Okay, so the faces have completely been morphed into something else, disfigured, and it's got what looks like roots growing out the top of it. So yeah, this thing, whatever this thing is definitely can't be human in nature. This isn't like a human protest that's happening right now. This is an alien protest. Some kind of creature protest, which is even more scary, because who knows what it's capable of doing. Mount Rushmore smells just like baby powder nowadays. I think it comes from the stuff that the workers put on their heads. Yeah, I see them do it all the time. They go from Washington to Lincoln every night, powdering it like a baby. Hannah McElroy, local photographer. Now, I believe that is probably going to have some important meaning. as the story goes forward. So let's just keep that in mind. Now, you got to bear in mind, guys, when I first reacted to this, I was reacting to like one video at a time almost. So the story would go out of my head and I'd miss little details. But in this video, we're going to capture all those little details and we're going to try and figure out what's going on. Because I remember it being confusing, but I'm determined to try and work out what's actually going on here. So let's move on to the next video. Alcatraz attack. The Monument Mythos. Archivists note, the 2003 Alcatraz attack continues to baffle the scientific community. Now, I remember this being like the first video where I was like, what is going on here? Because it's so abstract. Alcatraz Island 2 days before therapy. Map of Pacific Branch United States Military Prison, Alcatraz Island. You can visit Alcatraz Island, right? It's like a tourist attraction. And before we do anything, guys, I need to educate myself on Alcatraz. Okay, why was Alcatraz Island built? Alcatraz Island wasn't initially built as a prison, but rather as a military fortification and later a military prison before transitioning to a maximum security federal penitentiary. Penitentiary. Is that how you say that? Penitentiary. Jeez. Why was it closed? Closed as a prison on March 21st, 1963, primarily due to its high operating costs and the deteriorating conditions of the facility, making it cheaper to build a new prison than to maintain Alcatraz. So it just became I believe it's just a tourist attraction now, which I'm guessing doesn't sound safe. Anyway, so we're just doing little bits like that, guys, to educate ourselves as we go along, okay? Because I don't want to be ignorant. Reservoirs. Water tower. Morgue. Stockade yard. Detector shed. The heck is that? Main prison. Ruins. Ruins? Tennis courts. What the heck was that? Alcatraz Island, 1 day before therapy. Alcatrazosis. Alcatrazosis. Like mitosis? What the heck are those things? Okay. Oh, it's splitting up. Okay, that's what mitosis is, right? It's dividing and turning into like a different thing altogether. Alcatraz Island, radiation therapy. What does that even mean? I don't think we need to give it radiation therapy. That's going to cause some pretty bad problems. It's going to like escalate this thing, right? To grow. Projected movement. 1950. 1955. 1960. 1965. 1970. 1975. Okay, it's going up in fives. We'll wait until... Okay, so in 1995, it's going to reach mainland America, or 2000. 2010. What the heck is going on? 2030, 2035, 2040. So it's taking in the island and growing. It's like that game Agario. Alcatraz Island one day after therapy. Oh my god, there's a second island. Sir, there's been a second island. Whoa, hang on a second. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's multiple islands. As of 2020, the Alcatraz zone extends to West Texas. The Alcatraz zone? What the heck is going on? So the whole prison is working like mitosis, right? And mitosis, a cell division that results in 2 identical daughter cells, crucial for growth, repair, and asexual reproduction, where each daughter cell receives a complete set of chromosomes identical to the parent cell. So it's just growing, it's splitting, growing, and it's growing so much that it's hit the west coast of Texas. Is that what it said? What do I mean the west coast of Texas? Texas doesn't have a western coast. What am I talking about? All right, let's move on to the next video. DEANDEMOCRACY, the Monument Mythos. Archivist's notes. Excerpts from the 2002 documentary DEANDEMOCRACY, a look back at America's 37th president. So, this is where the timeline starts going a little bit strange, guys. I mean, it's already strange as is, but this is where it starts playing with that alternate fiction, that alternate reality of like what could have been, potentially. But it's done very well. So here we go. Let's jump into this. DEANDEMOCRACY, a look back at America's 37th president.
During a program of ABC Evening News, anchor Peter Jennings told viewers to look forward to next week for a special broadcast of national significance. Jennings would continue to remind viewers of the special broadcast over the next 7 nights, even referring to it at one point as the most unprecedented announcement in recent history.
Damn, that's bigging it up, man.
A week after its first mention, Jennings reminded viewers of the special broadcast one last time, asking them to pay attention later that night for an exclusive look at the greatest gift to the American people. Due to the anticipation built over the week, over 60 million Americans tuned into ABC, waiting for the evening news to end and for the special broadcast to begin.
Okie dokie.
There were countless theories as to what would occur, from the announcement of alien life to the declaration of an all-out nuclear war. Speculation was brewing intensely. Once the evening...
Hang on, did you say nuclear war? Why would that be the greatest gift to the American people?
News program ended. A black screen with a 10-second countdown commenced with the title DEANDEMOCRACY. Some viewers, so terrified of the threat of nuclear war, reportedly experienced nervous breakdowns and ran down the street, declaring that DEANDEMOCRACY was the code name for an all-out nuclear holocaust.
Why would you do that? What, in that 10 seconds people did that? They decided, yeah, I'm going to run down the street and go crazy now.
The countdown ended. All fears were soon replaced with tears of joy and an excitement not seen since the end of World War II.
Okay.
What are we waiting for? Let's bring them back home.
Dean for president. Okay.
In the seconds following James Dean's presidential announcement, hundreds of thousands of neighborhoods erupted into celebration. Although other candidates had promised to end the Vietnam War, none had so accurately expressed the same anger that they had felt, which Dean had perfectly conveyed in a 15-second broadcast. Due to popular demand,
I don't understand how you can smoke a cigarette like that. Like it's between your teeth. We used to call that bumming the cigarette. Like when you bum a cigarette, I think it's called. Which in England, well, you know, whatever. It's just when you get like the filter completely wet. I mean, you're not J.K. Simmons, man. You can't pull this off.
15-second broadcast.
And again, it's freaking James Dean, isn't it? He probably can.
Due to popular demand, the ABC Evening News was canceled the next night, replaced by a 30-minute loop of James Dean's presidential announcement. The broadcast was watched again by over 38 million Americans, and the parties continued for the rest of the week.
Hell yeah! Hex yeah!
Due to repeated assassination attempts on Robert Kennedy, the Democratic Party presidential debates were canceled for the 1968 election season. However, this proved to be no issue for Dean, as polls indicated that he was in the lead for the entirety of 1967 and 1968, despite having had fewer public appearances and rallies than any other candidate. The strength of his campaign relied on the powerful advertisements he directed that would air every Friday evening on ABC. The series of programs would be considered by many as another weekly TV series and went on to become the highest-rated TV show on television after the conclusion of Star Trek in 1967.
Oh my goodness. Star Trek's been going on for that long?
Although a presidential debate was eventually scheduled 2 weeks before the election, James Dean instead invited opponent Richard Nixon to a track to race cars on the same night.
Oh, okay.
Although reluctant at first, Nixon eventually agreed and went to spend the entire day with Dean, reportedly even telling the actor, "To hell with it, I'm voting for you. You're already a better president than I'll ever be."
Okay.
This statement, although only a rumor...
I doubt Richard Nixon would ever say anything like that. That man, from what I understand about him, was very hard-headed, very headstrong, very arrogant.
...spread like wildfire in tabloids and permanently curbed Nixon's chance for victory.
Why would you say that? You're running for president, why would you say something like that?
On the morning of November 1st, 1968, 4 days before Election Day, anti-Dean groups hijacked radio channels and told civilians they were fed up with James Dean and that television was ruining American youth. After the broadcast,
they would be rolling in their well, not rolling in their graves, but they'd be doing something when if they saw the state of media now and like social media and TikTok, Instagram, Reels.
Went on to cut hundreds of power lines in the southeast, effectively preventing any of Dean's presidential ads from reaching any household below Tennessee.
Well, that's just illegal.
Heard of the incident, and despite the risk of an assassination, flew down to the south and quickly went to work with local electricians to repair the broken power lines.
What? He just went out there with local electricians and started helping them out?
James Dean would be met with a supportive crowd, primarily younger voters who were eager to see a younger face back in the White House. Elderly white conservatives, often the parents of the younger supporters, remained in their houses and occasionally peered through their window blinds to catch a glimpse of the handsome candidate.
Sure, actually, was he Republican or Democrat? What was he?
Although it wasn't known to Dean at the time, hate groups in the South had perpetuated the idea that
James Dean is Satan, rebel with sins.
Satan in disguise, and cited his good looks and his love for jazz as being clear signs of the devil.
James Dean's America, 1969 AD. What
James Dean is no man.
No. Produced by the Anti-Dean Association. Okay.
Elderly white conservatives in the Southeast would be the only demographic unfazed by his campaign. Yet Dean continued to travel from state to state, repairing power lines for 4 days
That does
straight
not look
until
safe.
the very morning of the election.
That's crazy.
On November 5th, 1968, James Dean received 75%
He looks like, what's his name there? Freaking Edward Norton from Fight Club.
of the popular vote, with 395 electoral votes.
Damn.
Nixon congratulated Dean in a phone call the following morning, but Dean refused to acknowledge the win and instead asked to race cars again at the track.
Okay. So James Dean died in a car crash, right? We know that much.
On January 20th, 1969, James Dean held his inaugural address at the official Capitol Raceway. Although presidents in the past had speeches that were typically around 20 minutes, Dean spoke for less than a minute.
Less than a minute?
I have a speech, and it has the flotsam that you people expect to hear. But that's not fair. No, that's not fair at all. I'm here for all of you. It's only fair that you speak for yourselves. My words shouldn't be louder than yours. So I brought many other guests to speak. They're just people like you and I. In the same time that many other presidents have spoken by themselves, America will speak.
America will speak.
Thank you.
So he's just having other people speak for him.
Dean proceeded to introduce many groups to the microphone, including civil rights activists and Native American families. Martin Luther King Jr. would also come forward to speak in his first appearance since an attempt on his life 9 months prior.
Okay, so freaking MLK's alive. This might be the best timeline. What happened to JFK in this timeline?
President Dean would conclude the inauguration with a brief bongo performance and went on to race
bongo performance.
Richard Nixon at the track. In subsequent presidential inaugurations, those who disagreed with the elected president would instead celebrate DEANDEMOCRACY Day and protested by watching Dean's unique take on the address in place of the actual one.
Okay.
In a televised address, President Dean planned to inform Americans of his first 90 days in office. However, 6 seconds into the broadcast, the audio cut out and remained absent for the remainder of the speech. Although anti-Dean groups claimed responsibility and took pride in the sabotage, many civilians claimed that it benefited the president.
Really?
The silent broadcast highlighted President Dean's sincere facial expressions and lively disposition as
I don't know about this.
opposed to the stern and stiff personalities of prior administrations. Viewers were proud to see a man in his prime at the most important position in the country. Ironically, President Dean's popularity grew after the technical difficulty.
Really? My goodness.
And film director Stanley Kubrick went on to call the broadcast the greatest silent film ever made.
Stanley Kubrick said that, okay. Look back at America's 37th president. This guy just couldn't do anything wrong. He could literally have just been spitting at people and they'd be like, oh my god, he's curing us of our stupidities. Then again, he seems like a reasonable guy. Seems like a good guy. But that was the start of, and I believe this is what branches off into this Monument Mythos series now. Because President Dean in this world plays a huge role in the rest of the Monument Mythos, I believe, which is a crazy sentence to say out loud. We're going to discover that as we go along. So let's move on to the next video.
Air Force One Angel, the Monument Mythos.
Archivist notes, it remains a mystery how the Angel bypassed the anti-burglar doors of Air Force One. The door's jagged sides and sophisticated lock mechanisms were designed to ensure that no Slim Jim would be effective. Peculiar distortions in the plastic doorway of the main entrance were attributed to the Angel. Nearly all existing photographs and videos of the Angel were taken at stops Air Force One made during its flight. Air Force One was successfully shot down when it re-entered the restricted airspace of Washington, D.C. Air Force One Angel. On August 17, 2003, Air Force One made an unannounced trip across the continental United States. Many civilians claimed to have seen the aircraft drop packages on various national monuments. Rightio, take off. Rightio, so that's going over the Mount Rushmore. And as you can see, there's something weird going on there. So wherever it goes, it's like you see the borders are kind of like extending. And there's Alcatraz Island. No, that's the Statue of Liberty. What am I on about? Right? That is the... Oh my god. I think I made this mistake last time. I did this last time, guys. I remember doing this last time because a bunch of people in the comments were like, oh, this guy thinks that freaking the Statue of Liberty is Alcatraz Island. At the time, people who maybe didn't see the previous videos of the Alcatraz attack, that they probably didn't watch that and didn't realize why I would have said that. So I just looked really stupid. I'm guessing, okay, is this called Ellis Island? Or is this just like an island dedicated to the Statue of Liberty? Liberty Island. There we go. So Ellis Island's a separate island that houses the Museum of Immigration. There we go. We're working it out one step at a time, guys, okay? So it seems like this Air Force One is going over monuments that we know have had a problem with them. So there's a Statue of Liberty, there's Alcatraz Island. I'm not sure about the was that the Golden Gate? No, the bridge, what was that called? What's that bridge called in California? Is it the Golden Gate Bridge? So they were making like drops almost. Oh, there's someone there. Was there someone there? What the heck is that thing? White House officials later disclosed that the unusual flight of Air Force One was unauthorized and unmanned. The lone figure seen inside the plane, dubbed the Air Force One Angel, has yet to be identified by federal authorities. What, it just escaped? It just straight up escaped? Okie dokie. Okay, so we know that whoever was controlling this thing has something to do with what's going on with these monuments. We don't know what the actual thing is that was controlling it, but it's been dubbed the Air Force One Angel. But it was definitely flying over monuments that we know have had some kind of infection, right? So we'll keep that in mind. Let's move on to the next video.
LINCOLNLOOKER, the Monument Mythos.
Strangely enough, I don't think I actually reacted to this one originally. So I think when I was reacting to the original series, I can't really remember, but I missed this one out, and so things didn't really make sense to me, and I think people were saying, you missed one, you need to go back. This is what this is good for. We're watching it all in one go, everything's fresh in the memory, and we're just having a look. There are no archivist notes for this one, which is interesting. I don't know why they even wrote that. Here we go. LINCOLNLOOKER. LINCOLNLOOKER. Say that 3 times fast. Maya Arnoldson. That's a very familiar name. I was a LINCOLNLOOKER for 2 weeks.
It was terrifying.
Okay.
One moment you're at home answering the door, and the next you're stuck in some kind of suit. The smell was awful in there, and the metal seat was so cold. The only thing you can do is look through 2 little holes.
That doesn't sound good.
Some kind of mask, and whenever the sun shined near, I could see the inside of it. It was a familiar face. Every few nights, straws would be put through the holes, and someone would feed me some weird soup.
What?
After 2 weeks, they found out that they had misidentified me, and I wasn't the correct LINCOLNLOOKER. Reagan apologized to me personally, and I was released with some monetary compensation.
Hang on. So in this universe, being a Liberty or a LINCOLNLOOKER, was almost like doing jury duty. Like, what is the point in being a LINCOLNLOOKER? Why is that a thing? We'll find out.
I don't care if I talk about it or not. No one would take me seriously.
No, I mean, it's a crazy thing to say.
It's just too absurd.
Do you mind explaining it? What is it? Mask, drawn by Maya Arnoldson. So what, you'd look through those eyes? Leonard W. Morley.
Someone that we dislike more than everyone else. Not usually famous or important, but they've done something that's affected us personally. Often you're the only person who remembers this act. It may not have been that bad, but memory hurts. Everyone experiences this, and the president is no exception. Except he can do something about it. Every president can choose one person to be a LINCOLNLOOKER.
Why?
After their alibi is fabricated, the person is abducted from their home, and they stay a LINCOLNLOOKER for as long as the president sits in office.
What, 4 to 8 years?
Nobody can question his decision, and there's no trial. You might be surprised, but it's nothing new.
Well, technically 1 to 8 years, because you could easily be, like, impeached or whatever, or you could be assassinated. I don't know what impeachment looks like. Does that mean you get taken over? I don't think that's true. Impeachment is the process of bringing charges against a government official for wrongdoing. A trial may be held, and the official may be removed from office. So you can be removed if you're impeached.
It's a tradition. LINCOLNLOOKERs have been around for a very long time.
Okay, well, that just fed soup through 2 holes. Why would you... I guess you're not agreeing to this. They said they're abducted from their freaking homes. And once they said an alibi is in place, so they make up an alibi for why this person might be missing for so long. But then what? They just let them walk free? That doesn't seem good. Why are they doing this? What's going on? Due to rumors that LINCOLNLOOKERs were imprisoned behind presidential portraits, White House officials publicly removed and reinstalled the portraits to demonstrate that no space existed to hold LINCOLNLOOKERs. Does this mean you're looking... What? Wall behind portrait 1. Okay. Portrait 2. Okay, but what if it's the actual statue itself? Howard Melrose.
Hello, we are not available now. Please leave your name and phone number after the beep. We will return your call.
Hey, Eunice. It's Howard.
Okay.
I don't know what I just saw. I was at the top of the steps, reading the inscriptions and talking to visitors, when I started to hear a faint scratching sound.
Uh-oh.
I didn't think much of it at first, but when I got close to the chair, I realized that the scratching was coming from inside the marble.
Okay, so they're talking about that statue that you find of Lincoln sat down, right?
So I went to a guard and asked whether she could do anything about animals that could be trapped in there. She told me not to worry about it, and that they'd take care of it once there were fewer visitors. A few minutes passed, and the scratching became much louder. I went back to the guard and asked what kind of animals usually got stuck in there, and she said, wild animals.
Wild animals.
The sound started to make visitors anxious. I remember one boy pulling so hard at his mother's hand, begging to leave. A blind girl with one of those canes went up to the chair and pressed her head against it to listen. Then she started crying. Her parents tried to pull her away, but she just began to hit the chair with her cane. That's when the guards asked everyone to go back down the steps. I don't know why, and it's going to sound crazy, but I felt compelled to help. So I went to the blind girl and joined her in hitting the marble. The guards tried to pin us down, but the scratching became too loud for even them. It sounded like someone was shaving down a chalkboard.
Ugh, not a good sound.
Eventually the marble began to crack, and a few more hits caused the crevice to expand all the way to the top of the chair. There was a sudden burst of air from the damage, and the head suddenly turned toward us.
What?
I was afraid it would fall, so I picked the girl up and went down a few steps. The head slowly rotated back into place, and when it started to be pushed upwards, I took out my camera.
Can we see?
There was no wild animal.
What was it? Howard Melrose recorded the following images. Oh god, so there's something inside there. LINCOLNLOOKER, filmed by ALCATRAZATTACK. These are going to be important names. Maya Arnoldson, Leonard Morlin, Howard Melrose. They're all going to be important names, I believe. Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird thing. Like, why is that a thing? Like, oh, you have to choose someone who's stuck inside the statue of Lincoln. Why? I don't know. It's something that we do. It's tradition. So you need to choose someone, and they could be there for 4 to 8 years. So choose wisely. It makes no sense. I have no idea why it's happening, but maybe, you know, it will make more sense down the line.
Washington Wormhole, the Monument Mythos.
Archivists' notes, footage from the 2003 event may trigger seizures in people with photosensitive epilepsy. Includes a newly restored clip from Washington Standard Operation. Film damage is no longer visible. The 20th Washington absentee has been identified. Okay, this is where it gets crazy. I mean, it's already crazy as is, but this is where it starts looping. Wow, you gotta start making notes of stuff. The special tree.
The forest fell swiftly as the lumberjack swung, except for the special tree, which could not be stung. She missed her friends and the hymns they sung, so she started a tune that broke the man's lung.
Timeline of events. 1840. First photograph of the special tree is taken. Now this is what we was referring to in the last American folklore video, in the last one that we did. 1848. Construction begins. 1861 to 1865. Construction halts due to the American Civil War. Prisoners of war are seen being led into the unfinished tower. Okay, it's starting to come back now, isn't it, guys? The immigrants that were being led into there, prisoners of war being led into there. Why were they being led into there? 1888, construction is completed. It's a big ass obelisk. 1910. Visit the Washington Monument and listen closely. Hear the music within its walls. The Washington Monument becomes a major tourist attraction. Hear the music within its walls. That's a big gap. 1910 to 1971. From 1910 to 1971, 20 individuals disappear while visiting the Washington Monument. The missing visitors are known as Washington absentees. (1972) Washington Standard Operation. A classified film titled Washington Standard Operation is leaked by news agencies. Okay. Monument entrance door. My goodness. Hoisting cable. Sound waves. So that's the music that they're talking about. Jeez, okay, so the little trap door opens up. Okay. And then they're killed at the bottom. To what end, though? Why are they doing this? Why is that a thing? The Washington Monument is vandalized. The infection is nigh. The music of Washington will end. The music of Washington will end. Interesting. 2003. Oof. Is that something coming out the side? I need to cover that up, man. What the heck is that? Bro, zoom back out. What's going on? Is that another obelisk? Oh my god, okay, it was just a freaking wonky ass. All 19 Washington absentees are found unconscious at the base of the mountain. There were 20 before, so I don't know why they're trying to gaslight us into thinking that there was 19. But then again, if you look at the description, it says the 20th Washington absentee has been identified. So maybe they came in at a different time. They were found unconscious at the base of the monument. So this special tree obviously houses some kind of properties that the American people wanted to house in some way or cover up, or they wanted to do something to basically, there's a reason why they're sacrificing people to whatever the heck this thing is, right? Whether it's to keep this monster at bay for another reason, you know, we're gonna find out. I remember bits and bobs of what this thing actually is, and it's crazy. But you know what? Let's just move on to the next video.
Delaware Double, the Monument Mythos.
Archivist's note, partially restored. So what do we know so far, guys? We know that there was an Air Force One Angel that was dropping, like making drops over or doing something over monuments right? And these monuments we know have some kind of infection or something inside of these. The latest we know of is the Washington Monument, and it was a special tree that they were covering up. So maybe the Statue of Liberty was in fact a special tree as well that they covered up, and they're feeding people to it because maybe it keeps the monster at bay. Okay, I'm trying to remember what actually is happening, but for the sake of this video, we're just gonna cut off what we already know and go off of what we do know now, and then go with it and then make assumptions based off of that. So here we go. Delaware Double. Delaware River, USA.
Discovery made by two fishermen has sent shockwaves across the nation. Around 4 p.m. on Christmas Eve, Ralph Grassman and Michael Tillman were reeling in the last batch of catfish when something on the ice caught their eye. It looked like a bicorn, one of those hats from way back when, said Grassman, the rest of the two who had also organized the trip. Grassman walked down the ice to retrieve the hat. When he pulled back the hat from the ice, tumbled back in shock at the sight of a human scalp, partially exposed in the ice. He walked over and after a brief discussion with Grassman, agreed to remove the rest of the body from the ice. The effort took several hours, but by 10 p.m. the fishermen were able to pull the entire body from the ice with no further damage. Although both men had presumed that the individual was already dead for some time, Tim exclaimed in shock when he reportedly saw the individual's eyelid twitch.
What?
Grassman suggested to him
was that like
the individual's eyelid twitch.
Hang on, let's quickly go forward. Yeah, you still like a little thing there, look. It's like an eye opening up.
Grassman suggested to immediately take the body home in an attempt to revive the frozen man. They proceeded to carry it back to Grassman's apartment. They laid the body in a full bathtub, gradually raising the water's temperature throughout the night to prevent shock. Grassman claims to have learned this technique from a pulp magazine he had read as a child. At 2 a.m. the following morning, Tillman claimed that an individual briefly regained consciousness and shouted, "Victory or death," while Grassman rested in the living room. By 7 a.m., the individual appeared to have relapsed into a deep coma, which prompted Grassman to phone the local authorities. And that's why he hadn't called medical personnel earlier. Grassman told reporters that he didn't want to risk the lives of the first responders, who had been driving on slippery roads in the dark.
Fair enough.
Shortly after being phoned,
safety first,
and rushed the frozen man to the Delaware State Hospital. Throughout the experience, both fishermen thought that the individual's face seemed vaguely familiar. It was only when Tillman pulled out a dollar bill that the connection was fully made.
Wow.
When we first dug him out, we moved his clothes so that we could carry him more easily. The clothes weighed a ton because they were completely frozen over. By day, if we saw the clothes without ice, then we could have no doubt that we dug out George Washington.
Okay.
Although Delaware State Hospital has declined to comment on the identity and the condition of the man,
I'm guessing this is going off. I don't really know my American law that well. Something happened at the Delaware River. There's definitely something there with the Delaware River. I think George Washington, they were crossing a river or something like that, right?
Throughout the experience, both fishermen thought that the individual's face seemed vaguely familiar. It was only frozen over. And Grassman brought the bicorn hat from the previous day to the Delaware History Museum, where historians confirmed to be an authentic piece from the 18th century.
Damn.
The validation raised more questions than answers, as further research revealed that no Washington reenactors or artifacts have been reported missing. Grassman believes that the man he dug out from the ice is the true George Washington.
What?
The former president had become gravely ill while crossing the Delaware River.
Okay, so they did. They crossed the Delaware River. Okay.
The imminent death of Washington could have been devastating to the war effort, so his condition was likely kept secret by having a double acting as the president until 1797.
Jeez.
And asked for an explanation
crazy
to why the body had been found so far from the site of the battle. Grassman replied, he either drifted away or his men purposely planted it far away so that no one could find it.
Makes sense.
During Saturday's morning press conference, President Dean shared his thoughts.
Oh, President Dean, okay.
In 2 words. I'm surprised.
I'm surprised. Okay. Just found out that the first president of the United States has been found fully intact, alive in the Delaware River. He's up and about, and there'd been another clone that pretended to be George Washington. So what history remembers to be George Washington isn't actually George Washington, but a double. And his words were, "I'm surprised." I mean, fair enough. Man, a few words. The Delaware Double aired on WBOC TV 1976. The Delaware River Journal ceased operations on 12/28/1976. Nice. Okie dokie. So how does this all tie in, guys? How does Washington being found in the Delaware River link to these special trees and to these monuments that have these things inside of them? The Liberty Lurker itself, I'm a bit confused on that one. So I'm guessing the Liberty Looker, sorry, not the Liberty Lurker, not the Liberty, the Lincoln. Okay, all the names are jumbling up in my head. The Lincoln Looker, their job is to just sit in the statue and look through two eyes, but they're humans in there. But from what we saw of the Lincoln Looker at the end, it looked like a tentacle coming out. So, what is the connection? What is the connection here? Let's find out.
Rockefeller Tree Tragedy. The Monument Mythos.
Right, guys, so this is the longest video in season 1. It's 18 minutes long. It's very, very important to the story, so we need to lock in. Let's read the description here. Archivist's note: although primarily written by Virginia herself, the final draft of Virginia in Wonderland does contain words and phrases provided by her legal guardian for clarification. Construction of the Rockefeller Center began in early 1930, when pre-existing buildings in the area were demolished to provide space. The center's original Christmas tree, raised by its own construction workers, was first seen by J.D. Rockefeller toward the end of this period of demolitions. Inspired, Rockefeller handpicked 3 trees for the next 3 Christmases, 1931, 1932, 1933. The special tree would make its first appearance at the center of the 4th year, 1934. So if that's confusing to you guys, it's all about to make sense, okay? A Recollection of the Tragedy by John D. Rockefeller. Virginia in Wonderland by Virginia. Now I believe, yeah, there's 2 stories going on here that we're going to swap between in this video. So there's JD's side of things, and then there's Virginia's side of things.
During the first winter of the center's construction, the workers set up a Christmas tree just outside the entrance. It was an uncanny sight to see a green fir stand in the middle of what appeared to be a no man's land.
Yeah.
But this tree, humbly ordained with strings of cranberries, buttons, and tin cans, greatly affected me. It demonstrated that even in the darkest of times, the American people will light the beacons of hope.
Yeah.
I thought it could be the start of a great and inspiring tradition, so I traveled north to Babylon.
Babylon?
In search of a Christmas tree for the following year.
Okay. Now let's listen to Virginia's side of the story.
For 12 days and 12 nights, Mr. Rockefeller looked for the best tree in the forest. How about this one, Mr. Rockefeller? No, it's much too short. How about this one, Mr. Rockefeller? No, it's much too tall. How about this one, Mr. Rockefeller? No, it's much too average. Mr. Rockefeller soon
is Rockefeller Goldilocks? What's going on?
Then, on the 12th night, just as he was packing up his stuff, Mr. Rockefeller heard the sweetest tune in the air. It sounded as though the very wind itself had fallen in love.
Yeah.
He and his men followed the song and found themselves at the base of a very, very special tree.
Okay, so these special trees we know to emit some kind of music or sound. It's the same with the Washington Monument. I'm guessing it's probably the same in the Statue of Liberty.
How about this one, Mr. Rockefeller? It's perfect. For the rest of the night, the men swung their axes at the special tree. Chop, chop, chop. However, when the sun rose, the tree was still standing.
That's not good.
The axes had left no marks at all. Mr. Rockefeller was surprised. The next day, Mr. Rockefeller and his men laid 100 sticks of dynamite around the tree. 3, 2, 1, boom! Yet, the special tree continued to stand.
That's not good.
Mr. Rockefeller was surprised. So Mr. Rockefeller decided to hire the best team of
grave diggers
to take the tree out of the ground. After a week of digging, they told Mr. Rockefeller the tree will be out in 3 years at this rate. Mr. Rockefeller was surprised, but he decided to let the gravediggers work.
3 years?
He picked the next 3 best trees for the next 3 Christmases. But by the 4th year, the special tree was ready to display.
Okay. It reminds me of the Greek myth of that. I forgot who it was, but there was a king guy who ordered a tree to be cut down, but it was Hera's tree, I think. But it was like, and people were like, "We're not cutting down this tree. That is a representation of Hera, and if we do that, we're going to have a wrath on our hands." I think it was Hera anyway. And he was like, "Yeah, screw that. I'll do it myself," or whatever. And he cut down the tree. And I believe Hera spawned in a witch or something that, like, whilst he was sleeping, I think this is the same story, made him so that his appetite was insatiable all the time, and that he would just keep on eating and eating and eating, and he literally ate himself out of house and home. There's some kind of meaning there for sure. I don't know. Don't cut down trees, else you're gonna be insatiable. I don't know what the freaking meaning is. I don't know if I'm mixing up 2 stories there, but yeah, that just came to mind. I thought I'd throw that in there.
For the last 2 years, I have seldom mentioned the tragedy that occurred at the center. Many have taken offense at my silence, claiming it to be the result of a desensitization to workplace accidents.
Okay.
Indeed, I have seen enough accidents in 3 lifetimes, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened at the center. For some time now, my friends have blamed the center's original construction workers for the tragedy, since it was their very own Christmas tree that had started the whole tradition. But the truth is that their tree brought joy and wonder to the public.
You say wonder?
It was my tree, and my tree alone, that brought about the unprecedented loss.
Okay, so he wanted to replicate the hope that the Christmas tree that the workers put up inspired into people, but instead he did quite the opposite of that.
On a cold December morning in Midtown Manhattan, Rockefeller's men slowly raised the special tree. Heave ho! Heave
To me,
ho,
to you, to me,
heave
to you.
ho. By the afternoon, the special tree stood tall and still. It was unlike any other tree, having no color, branches, or leaves.
Why would you want that?
New York, Mr. Guardia thought that the tree was too bare.
Yeah, I was going to say
He asked the branches to be added so that ornaments could be hung. Mr. Rockefeller didn't agree. He thought the tree was perfect, just the way it was.
Listen, the whole reason, Mr. Rockefeller, that the first tree worked so well, it's because it was a Christmas tree, right? That the public then adorned with their own stuff, right? What you're doing essentially is cutting a dead man's tree up and just placing it in the... You're making the place look like a graveyard, okay?
Since Mayor Guardia had been one of his best friends, Mr. Rockefeller told his men to glue some branches
Glue some branches. That was the most tackiest Christmas tree ever.
Placed branches on the special tree. I had saved my money for over 9 months to purchase a little star ornament because I wanted to be the very first person to decorate the Rockefeller Christmas tree. It laid in my pocket while I watched because I planned to hang my ornament as soon as the tree was standing. After the final branch had been added and all the men left, I quickly ran up to the tree. But to my astonishment, the lowest branch of the tree was over twice my height.
That's not good.
I jumped as high as I could, but still, the lowest branch was out of my reach. I was very disappointed. I wanted to be the very first person to decorate the tree, but now I had no chance.
I don't think anyone had a chance if the branch starts up that high.
I called my friends. At once, I began counting my friends on my fingers. There was Helen, Charles, Elizabeth, Alice, Joseph, Elsie, Orville, Edith, Olive, and Philip.
You got a lot of friends.
10 friends that I could ask for help. Then I realized that 10 friends standing on each other's shoulders could put me at the very top of the Christmas tree.
Virginia, this is ill-advised.
The first and the tallest. Without a second to spare, I ran from door to door, asking for help.
Mm-hmm.
Knock, knock, knock. Helen, are you there? Knock, knock, knock. Charles, are you there? Knock, knock, knock.
You gonna do this for all of them?
Are you there? Eventually, I gathered all 10 of my friends at the bottom of the Rockefeller Christmas tree. I told them my plan, to have them all stand on each other and form a ladder for me to climb to the top. My friends understood my excitement, and they quickly started to climb onto each other's shoulders. Ow! Helen had stepped on Charles' fingers.
Uh-oh.
Ow! Charles had stepped on Elizabeth's fingers. Ow! Elizabeth had stepped on Alice's fingers. After many groans and tumbles, my friends formed a sturdy ladder.
Where were the adults? Where were the adults during all this? Why are they letting 11 children form a freaking human pyramid kind of, not even a pyramid, a ladder? This is the most unstable structure ever. If it was a pyramid, it would probably work, but you'd need a lot more people to do that. This is crazy.
Began to climb. My joy grew with every passing face. Before I knew it, I was at the very top, looking down at the tree. My ladder of friends swayed back and forth, and occasionally felt like it was about to collapse.
Yeah.
But I tuned out the movement and focused on the tree. Closer, friends, closer. Then I secured the metal star at the top of the tree. It was perfect. Hooray! Victory! I'm the best.
How are you going to get down?
Just then, there was a strange sound. The tree began to shake. Its glued branches fell off all at once, and the entire tree slowly bent backwards.
Okay,
Soon,
so very similar to what happened in the Washington Monument.
The top of it touched the ground, forming a perfect arc. It was like a very strange rainbow. My heart sank as I saw my star gently slide to the ground from the tree's top. Bolts of lightning then shot out from inside the arc of the tree, producing thunderous booms.
It's like a gateway, right?
My friends and me, we all tumbled to the ground and ran in all directions, but the lightning caught up to us. I was blinded by a great white light. I remember when my eyes adjusted, I was in a field of special trees.
And multiple of them.
And I saw...
Redacted.
In a flash, I returned to the street where my friends and I had been struck by the lightning.
In a
we
flash?
were all on the ground, being attended to by other people. I had scratched my legs badly, and I could see that my friends were also hurt. I looked up at the Rockefeller buildings, and I thought that they looked a little different. The whole street looked a little different, and the special tree was nowhere in sight.
Damn. Okay. So they were essentially teleported into a different timeline or a different dimension.
It is only natural for the reader at this point to wonder why the incident has been referred to as a tragedy. There had been no loss of life, and, aside from a few temporary scorch marks on the center, no damage to the surrounding property. I, too, assumed it was a mostly inconsequential event, likely an electrical accident whose effects were exaggerated by the children at the scene. I was grateful that every life involved had been spared. A death at the center would have weighed heavily on my mind for some time. But when I encountered the results of the children's medical examinations,
okay, my camera just dropped back on.
Occurred in place of the unfathomable.
Right, okay. Okay, so it wasn't considered a tragedy because nobody died. But then, obviously, he caught on to the medical records or the examinations of the children, and that's what led him to call it a tragedy, which we're going to find out what that was. So let's move on to Virginia now.
My mom and pa visited me at the hospital, but they looked completely different. Ma looked worried. After she wiped her tears, she asked, "Did you hang your bear at the Rockefeller tree?"
Okay, so what's happened here is that Virginia in this timeline, Virginia in that timeline had two different things, right? And that they were both touching, like they were wanting to hang up their ornament on top of the tree, and they just swapped positions. They swapped timelines, essentially.
I answered, it wasn't a bear. I was going to hang a star. To which they asked, what do you mean? Pa asked, where did you get these clothes? I answered, these are my clothes, the ones you helped me put on this morning. To which they asked, what do you mean? My ma then asked, why are there dots all over your face?
Freckles?
I answered, those are my freckles. I've had them since I was little. To which they asked, what do you mean? My parents quietly left my bed and talked to my friends' parents. Then they all started to cry and yell.
They've all been replaced.
The nurses made them leave, which made me feel better. None of us thought that our real parents had visited, but they all did feel familiar. Orville and Philip were especially shaken. They didn't even share the same last name with their parents.
Oh, that's not good.
The nurses tried to convince us that those who had visited us...
So in that timeline, they obviously married differently, right?
And that we would come around to properly greet them after we healed. But it was hard to believe. Whenever I looked out the window, I saw that Manhattan looked different from memory. Mr. Rockefeller
what was different about it?
Was kind enough to visit us in the hospital. He asked us whether we were okay, and then after some time, he and the nurses began to ask us some very easy questions about American history. With every reply, they would chuckle and shake their heads, until I told Mr. Rockefeller who I thought he was. He chuckled at first, and then became silent, as if the simple fact had deeply affected him. He had asked all my friends a few more questions about himself, and with each answer, he seemed a little more scared. Mr. Rockefeller
alternate history.
Stood with the nurses for a while, before he wished us a Merry Christmas and left. That evening, the nurses took x-rays of us to make sure we hadn't broken our ribs.
Right.
Usually, those taking the x-rays are more than happy to show their patients what the pictures looked like.
Okay.
When I asked
Something's
Peter,
different about the anatomy.
I didn't fall asleep that night. I kept my ear close to the wall to hear what the nurses were saying next door. I heard one sentence over and over. Everything's backwards.
Everything's backwards?
I wonder what they meant by that. I never told my friends, because I didn't want to scare them. But I spent the rest of the night with my hand to my chest, wondering if my heart was ever on the right side.
Oh, okay. So it's literally everything's flipped. So the heart's usually on the left, right? Like left center. I'm guessing it's on the right. Interesting. Minor difference. Wow, I say minor differences. Those are pretty big differences.
For several weeks, the children were kept under observation at the Columbia Presbyterian Hospital. I visited them as soon as I had the chance to. All the families of these children were deeply unsettled, that they had all independently come to the conclusion their child had been replaced by a doppelganger. They claimed that these new sons and daughters possessed substantial differences from their real children.
Jeez, imagine that.
The majority of differences involved altered physical attributes and the inability to recognize familiar locations and characters, such as their parents and their homes. Two boys even claimed to have names different to those that their mothers had given them at birth.
Man. Okay.
But of all the discrepancies,
that face.
The most bizarre was their faulty recollections of notable persons and events. For instance, each of the affected children claimed that I had become the wealthiest man in America through an oil monopoly.
Okay, so this is the alternate history that we're hearing right here.
It is common knowledge that I did indeed work at an oil refinery in my youth. But to entirely deny my 2 terms as president
so there we go.
and insist instead that I had always been a mere philanthropist struck me as being particularly odd.
So in this timeline, he's a president.
Antagonized by the children's behavior. Some continue to search for their real children. I support their endeavors, but I do not believe that the children's afflictions were the result of hysteria.
No, they've straight up been swapped around.
Every day, I find myself recollecting the day that I had selected the tree. I have since realized the difficulties involved in the removal of it should have repeatedly discouraged me. And had I been discouraged, the families of those children would not be experiencing the anguish that they currently have. Perhaps I never had the opportunity to select another tree. Perhaps I was meant to select that tree regardless of my persistent character. Perhaps we are all trolleys, forced to follow the path of the track to each of our destinations. I take solace in that thought. Or perhaps the tree chose me.
Oh, I mean, that's something. I like to imagine that this is going completely off of things, but I like to imagine that things are kind of predetermined for you. So, like, for example, I like to think about that, like, not in a big regard of, like, everything's already laid out for me, but, like, maybe I like to use it in little circumstances, like, for example, if I'm playing a game, or, like, not playing a game, or if I'm gambling, say, so the outcome of that is always going to be this. So it's like, no matter what I did, it would always be this. And that gives me a little bit of comfort. You know what I mean? Maybe delusion. I don't know. So essentially, what's happened here, guys, is there's been a shift in timelines. There's been a swap in timelines. The tree has the properties to swap you into alternate realities. So obviously the special tree existed in this timeline and this timeline. They acted together, bang, and they swapped like that. I believe, I don't know if it's in this season or in season 2, we're going to learn more about that little realm between realms where all the special trees exist, and that's where Virginia went. See, in this, it suggests that Virginia doesn't really remember anything that happened within the actual Wonderland itself, and just instead remembers waking up in an alternative timeline. But I think later on in the series, we learn that, you know, something happened within that kind of realm. Anyway, the video isn't over yet. Many, including my father, believe that the 1934 Christmas tree vanished. This is untrue. I've seen it wandering in the plaza on many occasions, and it resembles a man far more than any tree. What? The tree just wanders around? John D. Rockefeller Jr. It resembles a man far more than a tree. Do we see what you're talking about? Is that it there? What is that? So the tree took the shape... Are we just going to forget that? Hang on a sec. That was like a flash of energy. Now, if you guys remember, it says the CORNERFOLK, they emit like a blue blast of energy when they're moving between like realities. So maybe what we're seeing here is this tree, person, whatever the hell this thing is, flashing between realities here. And that's what we're seeing. It's moving from one reality to another. There we go. That was Rockefeller-Tree-Tragedy. And does it get more confusing than this? I hate to say, guys, but yes, it does get more confusing than this, okay? So we're really gonna have to switch on. Okay, the good thing about watching all this in one go, well, technically me, I'm going to be doing it in the space of 2 days, is that we can recall easier events. But there are a lot of events, there are a lot of like dates, there are a lot of people involved in this series, and it's hard to keep track of even when you do like a full-on watch through from start to finish. I think Wendigoon himself had like 5 whiteboards, and even he still got it wrong apparently, according to the creator. So it's a confusing series, but we're going to just push straight through it, okay?
CANYONCROWN, the Monument Mythos.
Archivist note. Archivist note. 2 cameras were used during the Arnoldson's trip. A professional photography camera and a one-time use video camcorder. The inexpensive camcorder produced low-quality clips, which were further degraded by the stabilization effects added with MAIZEMOVIEMAKER. Alright, that's the first time we've seen this one mentioned, but if you guys remember in the alternative American folklore, this right here was mentioned at the very end of the last one that we watched about the thing that drafted men scared Thomas Jefferson, or deformed Thomas Jefferson, right? My crazy time! My crazy Grand Canyon adventure. I love this Windows freaking Movie Maker. Well, that's not, it's Maze Movie Maker, right? Me and my brother, deep in thought. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, stop, Ryan. He's gonna fly! Next clip is just him flying off. There was a video by the Corridor crew, the Corridor Digital guys, Jordan Allen, who did a video on what speed it would take to get over the Grand Canyon. That's an interesting watch. You should give that one a watch. It's really good. Then I saw something really weird. What did you see? Right. So, why could they not have just, like, had a better camera? It made the whole place smell like vinegar. What is it? Right. Well, that can't be a good smell. It's probably nothing, guys. It's all good. Rock on! Then I saw it again. Get a better quality image of this thing, or recorded on a Sony Ericsson. Recorded on a Nokia. However you want to say it. Is that it there? There it is. It's luring. It's luring. Yeah, lurking, I guess, is the right word there. Oof. Oi! What the heck was that thing? Hang on, let's have a... try and get a better look. It's humongous, whatever it is. Is that like an eye? Is that an eye there? It's big. That's a big thing right there. Hang on a sec. Let me just double check something. No, never mind. Okay. Caution. Sheer cliff. Control your children and pets. Oh no, we're gonna die. Lol. Look at that squirrel mine! Mr. Squirrel. We did a little research and found out what we saw. It's called a canyon gallon or a canyon crown. It uses vinegar to shrink its huge head back into its body. My dad said the reason we went on the trip was so he could find his sister Maya. Okay. Maya Arnoldson, right? And Maya Arnoldson, if you remember, was falsely put in as the the Lincoln Looker. And I think that's what's going on here. Maya is Maya Arnoldson. I think that was Maya. What do you mean you think that was Maya? Head off trail. What? Thanks for watching. Crazy Grand Canyon Adventure, a video by Lauren Arnoldson. Okay. Yeah, so that was how you piece it together. Who is your dad? What was your dad's name? I love how it's all like he pieced all this together. It's genius. I love it. Photographs courtesy of the estate of O.M. Gallagher. O.M. Gallagher, January 2021. Okay, so here's the thing. As of now, we don't really understand what a canyon crown is, okay? Or why they think it's Maya that is one of these heads, right? And where are their bodies and stuff like this? We don't have these answers right now, but this is setting it up. So we've heard of Maya Arnoldson before, obviously the Lincoln Looker, okay? And she was brought back up. So now we need to figure out what happened to her and why is she in this condition. So let's bear that in mind as we move on.
Freedomfaller, the Monument Mythos.
Archivist note. To minimize geographical disorientation, the moniker's roots were simulated with a contemporary map from our timeline. The modern-day borders of European countries are widely known. In regards to Freedom's metal eyelids, as mentioned in Nina Crawford's journal, it is believed that the child was unfamiliar with the term plaster, and instead named the most durable material she knew of, metal. So those are kind of spoilers there in the description, but this is the last video of Season 1. Part 1, Sculptor. Excerpts from a series of exchanges from 1858. Okay. Liberty must stand on the Capitol dome. Yes, I will find an artist to bring the statue to life. Okay. So they want Freedom to stand on the dome. He's like, okay, I can figure that out. Would you provide a design for the statue? Most certainly. Freedom 1, Freedom 2, Freedom 3. Let's have a look. What would my favourite be out of those lot? I do like the third one. The first one's very sinister. I don't know why the eyes freak me out a little bit. They all look really good. The third one, though, is like... I feel like that's the best one. Maybe the second one, actually. Freedom 3 will do but change her cap. I will remove the cap and begin to cast. Yes. 6 weeks later. Freedom is difficult to cast. Apologies for delays. 3 weeks later. So this was in Italy. Is Freedom on her way? Inspector Zaffino speaking. Mr. Crawford passed away. Monica will receive Freedom. Expect arrival in a month. So Crawford, the guy who was making the statue, passed away, but it's completed. So he finished it before he passed away. Alfonso. Got to put on an Italian accent now. Let's not do that. Part 2, Daughter. Text and illustrations by Nina Crawford. Read by an Italian student in Gibraltar. Nina Crawford, I'm guessing the daughter of Thomas Crawford, who was the guy who made Freedom. Papa's sketches for Freedom are beautiful. She looks like Mama if she was a queen. I asked Papa if he could make a statue that looks like me. He said yes. Okay. Papa went to his studio today. I asked whether he started working on my statue yet, and he just kept smiling. I think he is. Papa is very kind. We have not heard from Papa for a few days. This has happened before since he likes to work on his studio for a long time. But Mama was very worried today. She left for his studio after she tucked me in bed. Mama returned home tonight. She went straight to her room. Wait, you left your kid for 2 days? You left your kid for 2 days? Inspector Zaffino, 16th of April, came by today. He asked us about Papa and then went to Mama's room. A few moments later, more men showed up. Mama was crying. She kept yelling. Obviously, Thomas is dead at this point, and she doesn't know. Okay. She has his eyes. She has his eyes. I was scared. I ran out of the house. I remember 18th of April, I remember Papa telling Mama about how the statue would be put on a ship named Monica. I went to the docks and found her anchored nearby. Next to the ship were some boxes. Parts of freedom were in each of the boxes. I crawled into the box that was empty. I hope to be sent to where Papa is. I feel his spirit around freedom. Damn. Do you know how long those journeys are? 21st of April, I am very hungry. The boxes are tied with rope, so I cannot get out by myself. There is a loud noise in the room, like clay being dragged across the floor. I can hear the ropes being cut, and something big coming out of the box. Is it Papa? There are more sounds, like wood being broken. Since the ropes broke, I quickly got out the box and found some bread and fruit in the room next door. And I am wrong. It isn't Papa, but it has his eyes. Okay, so at this point, like, what the people that were... Okay, for one, why would they be uncutting or cutting the ropes of the boxes whilst in transit, unless they're not in transit anymore? Whatever this is, did it themselves and escaped the box themselves. But what I'm saying is, how did they not spot this girl when doing that? I'm scared of going into the box again. It made louder sounds yesterday. While I gathered food, I think the men saw me. The box is the only place to hide. Okay. The ropes keep being broken by the thing with Papa's eyes. Okay, so it's freedom that's breaking the boxes or breaking the ropes. I'm scared that either it or the men will open my box. I will not write as much because I'm afraid of making noise. I will write again when I am on land. 29th of April. The thing with Papa's eyes took me today. It held me as it ran through the jungle. Its sword cut hundreds of trees. Oh my goodness. Okay. I could not see much in the dark, but I did see Papa's eyes, staring down at me from those metal eyelids. Okay, so this is what they were talking about in the description, where it's saying plaster. So it's plaster instead of metal. We went down a hole and into a deep cave. After it let me down on the ground, it started a fire by hitting its arm against rocks. It has been sharpening its sword on the rocks for hours now, but it has not ever looked down at its blade. Since I have started writing today, the thing with Papa's eyes has been looking at me. Ugh. Oh god, that gives me chills. So okay. Here we go. This is from the captain's point of view now. 19th of April, 6 crates were loaded at dawn. They are heavy, each containing a part of a large sculpture. Inspector Zaffino told me that it is the goddess of freedom. Each crate was fastened with ropes in the storage room. No sliding is possible. We left Livorno at noon. We landed in Gibraltar at dawn. The ship took hours to steer into port. There were many, many holes in the storage room. Each one allowed enormous amounts of water to enter. Without the tar, we would have sunk in 3 days. Oh dear. We opened the crates for customs officer. The crates were empty. Jeez, so they must have escaped just before? Commissioner, okay. Written and read by Commissioner H. Morgan. So this is from the perspective of different people. We got the people that wanted it, the girl, and we got the captain of the ship. Now we got the commissioner.
On the morning of April 29th, we received numerous reports regarding a tremendous force that rushed up the rock.
Rushed up the rock.
Hundreds of trees and created several landslides throughout the previous night.
Okay.
One civilian tremendous force
29th, okay.
The previous night. One civilian likened the phenomena to the work of a gigantic crazed Faller. Due to the
Faller?
sheer number of reports and the high level of concern in the surrounding community, I deployed myself along with 13 officers to the rock in search of an explanation.
Okay. So what is like a northern English man doing, a guy from West Yorkshire or Lancashire doing in Gibraltar?
Indeed, a newly forged trail through the dense foliage stretching almost the entire height of the rock. The trail was astonishingly linear.
Linear, so just stormed straight through.
The cuts to the trees themselves were precise. The downed trees continued to be warm to the touch, presumably due to the extreme speed of this force. A few fires present along the trail were extinguished by fellow officers as we traversed the rock.
You don't want to cause a forest fire.
The path ended at a large crevice in the ground, which looked to be an entrance to a large underground cavern. After requesting additional men and equipment, Officer Hadley descended into the crevice. It was not long until Hadley exclaimed in fright and urged us all to enter.
Okay.
Within the following hour, the majority of us were in the cavern, which appeared to be an undiscovered offshoot of St. Michael's Cave.
Right, okay.
In the middle of the location stood a plaster model of a tall Greco-Roman statue of a woman. Surrounding this sculpture were the splayed remains of an individual, flattened like a set of clothes.
What? She freaking killed the kid?
A hollowed-out torso was stretched a quarter of the way up the statue, the sight of which compelled a few of the officers to exit the cavern. The human remains were collected and sent to the morgue, while the sculpture was cleaned and lifted out. The statue's blade, held in its right hand, matched the cuts present on the downed trees.
Jeez.
Despite the fantastical implications of this detail, the Gibraltar police force officially concludes that the work of the crazed Faller was nothing more than the result of heavy winds.
Heavy winds? You're telling me freaking heavy winds can slice down trees perfectly and cause fires? If that's the case, we're all screwed.
During a secondary investigation, a journal was discovered in the cavern. A translation of its Italian text is in progress.
So, from that, we can assume that the little girl was freaking killed, that this Freedom statue, who has the eyes of her dad, killed her and flayed her corpse. That's gross. My goodness. Okay, part 5, Craftsman, Freedom, written by Philip Reed.
Arrives the tight-knit wooden ship. The plaster body is absent. Instead, a tall, wounded woman sleeping in its vessel.
What?
Donning a helmet wrapped in a robe, clutching a sword and a damaged shield. Overheard a conversation with the captain.
What?
A violent conflict with Freedom at the port in Gibraltar.
Okay.
They tell me inside her is the plaster, and I walk away.
Wait, what? Inside her is the plaster? So it's been reversed now? That it's not plaster anymore. Hang on, you said plaster. So technically, this Freedom is what? It's an actual person?
Silently believing Freedom craved liberation so terribly, she tried to take it for herself. But off the ship, she was dragged away. Freedom locked up. Freedom in chains. They tell me I have to take it out of her.
Take what?
So hook, rope, peel, and pull.
Pull what? This is so confusing.
When it was done, Freedom stood motionless. Freedom stood still. I see the final bronze woman, and I feel as if, maybe even hope, she's only dormant now and will awaken again.
Okay, I'm very confused. So when the people found her in Gibraltar in the cavern, it was a plaster. But from this person's account, it was a woman with plaster inside. And then inside that was a bronzed woman. So how many layers to this thing are there? And we know that... No, we don't know that yet, actually. I can't be saying that. But we know it has something to do with Thomas Crawford, right? They don't keep mentioning the eyes for a specific reason. Anti-Dean Association storms U.S. Capitol. Millions look on in horror during attack on democracy. Okay, so around this time, obviously, Manticore got inspiration from the January 6th U.S. Capitol. Was it January 6th? What happened there? Where protesters went into the U.S. Capitol, right? Millions look on in horror during attack on democracy. The Statue of Freedom is shot down by Ada gunfire. Anti-Dean Association gunfire. Jeez. Okay. Why were they shooting at freedom? Do they hate what it represented? They hate freedom? Okay. Oh my god, that's a... was that... what the heck was that? So, the gunfire from the ADA awoken the dormant state of freedom. Oh! That's a big old head. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is super confusing. Freedomfaller, a film by Alex. Okay, Nina Crawford, Captain Sergio Farina, Lev, Baldwin W, written by C. Forbes, February 2021. Okay, so what have we learned from this episode? This is the finale of season 1, guys. So I don't think not much is being linked right now. It's introducing concepts. Okay, it's things that don't really make sense, like the Canyon Crowns, that doesn't really make sense now, but that does link in with Freedomfaller, but we don't know why at this point, which we'll learn later on in season 2. So we know that there was a statue ordered to be made, to be shipped out to the US. Okay, Thomas Crawford worked on it, said I can do this, so passes away mysteriously. Then for some reason the wife's like, yeah, we'll ship that off anyway. Or I guess she wanted it shipped off because she was scared of it because it had his eyes, and I guess she didn't want to look at it anymore. Shipped it off. We know that the girl got into the crate because she felt like her dad was in the statue, or not in the statue, but she felt his presence within the statue. So she got in the hull. I don't know how she survived. That's a crazy trip, by the way. And when they got to Gibraltar, there was a bunch of holes in the hull they had to stop off. This was the point where the statue with the girl in hand or in arms, whatever, was cutting down trees through a forest, went into a cavern. That's when this team discovered the statue with the remains of the little girl laid out, which is terrifying. Because you think at the first that, like, oh, this is a wholesome story about this guy's spirit went into the statue and now he's protecting his daughter. That's not what's happening at all. That's quite far from the truth here. So this is the end of season 1. Okay, there was a bunch of things that have been introduced into season 1. We've got the Canyon Crowns. We've got Alcatraz prison being like split up in mitosis or alcatrosis. I don't know what they said. We got the freaking Mount Rushmore. These different monuments in America that have some kind of infection, and it seems to be linked with Air Force One Angel, which took flight and stopped over most of these monuments that we've been seeing in this. So whatever Air Force One Angel 1 is directly responsible or somehow connected to whatever is going on with the special tree and why these people are being led into these monuments, which has music coming from them, and being killed. So it's laying the foundation. So if you used to watch this all through like season 1, you'd be very confused. You'd be trying to link things that aren't necessarily needed to be linked together. It's only when season 2 comes along that things start doing all this and you get start cross-referencing. So remembering dates, people, and locations is very important in this series. Because, yeah, it gets pretty freaking wild. So now if you notice a change of clothes, just know that I am recording this on a different day. Let's jump into season 2 of the Monument Mythos.
Corner Girl, the Monument Mythos.
And here we are, season 2, guys. For you, nothing has changed other than a couple of seconds. For me, a day has gone past, and I thought I'd do my hair and, actually put some effort into myself today. Let's continue on with season 2. This is Corner Girl. So the first season started off with Corner People, or Corner Folk, whatever they were called. And season 2 is going to start with something to do with the Corner Folk as well. So let's jump right into this. No description for this one either, guys.
Now let's learn about the sides and corners of different shapes.
What the hell? I'm not Alex Kansas, I just move luggage.
Is a line segment that joins two adjacent corners of a shape.
Alex based Riley Tillon on me.
A corner or vertex is the point where the two sides connect.
What the heck is going on? She was luggage.
Let's look at this triangle.
You are luggage too. Luggage is so easy to lose. Bro, this genuinely feels like I'm watching a serial killer tape. This is insane.
2, 3. It also has 3 corners.
Okay, there's the corner. Sincerely, Alex's inspiration. So what is this trying to say? Okay, so what was that trying to say that? Because Riley Tillon was the dude from the first video, right? Let's just have a look. Riley Tillon, yeah. In 2011, Riley Tillon uploaded 3 videos describing an unseen presence in his home. So Riley Tillon was based on this person, apparently. And is this kind of like, what would you call this? Like meta? In terms of like, it's referencing something within the series to carry on the series. Like it's aware of itself. I don't know. Maybe that will make sense in the future episodes because obviously the Corner Folk does tie into the Monument Mythos as we will see later on. But for now, let's move on to the next video.
MAIZEMOVIEMAKER, the Monument Mythos.
Statement from Maze. Did you know that several photographs of President Dean have been manipulated to protect legitimate national security interests? Visit our TWTTR account for more fun facts. We're just going to call this Twitter, even though it's obviously not. And something about corn here. Before you can finish brushing your teeth, before you can finish showering, before you can finish getting dressed, before you can finish breakfast, before you can finish the morning paper, popcorn will be ready. Okay? With a startup time just under 60 seconds, Popcorn Prime is the fastest personal computer on Earth. Your popcorn is waiting. Brilliant. Maze Manufacturing Plant, 1960 to 1971. Okay. Okay, so showing the amount of manufacturing plants. A lot of them were on the West Coast. Oh no, never mind. This is like the Death Stranding map. Where you gotta tie the knots. Or make knots, or whatever it's called. This looks like it's making a sine wave. Is it gonna go like... Never mind. Yeah, that looks like a sine wave. That's interesting.
Amazingly, asking to the Private Safety Commission wanting to know about the mandatory recall of all personal computers. Personal computers may pose a risk to American lives and infrastructure. Promptly disposing your computer at a local hazardous site collapses.
Wait, what? May pose a risk to what? American lives and infrastructure.
Your safety is of the utmost importance to us.
Fourth Amendment rights do not apply. What's the Fourth Amendment? Let's have a look. Protects against unreasonable searches and seizures, requiring warrants to be issued with probable cause and specifying the places or things to be searched. You have the right to not be searched unless there's a warrant, basically. Probable cause? But how do they justify probable cause? Because they could just make up a probable... I guess this is where corruption comes in, right? Because they could just make up a probable cause. I don't know. It just seems like that's a little bit harsh. Anyway, let's go. In 1960, Maze Machines is founded by Rob Careers and Rob Wartrober. In 1969, President Dean establishes the Department of Technology, uniting all major American computer corporations and allocating billions of dollars towards technological advancement.
Now this delegation pays him this ovation and rises to its feet.
What the? By 1970, Maze produces the first personal video camera and home computer. Ahoy, ahoy! In 1972, Maze collaborates with the Department of Defense, oh god, well this is where it gets bad, to initiate the first system to control the true forces of mass destruction, which is Project Horned Serpent. That's interesting how like it kind of has the same like thing as the length. So it started here. It's like these maze factories represent this freaking horned serpent. In 1980, Maze is attacked. By what? Thor? What the hell happened? Freaking Thor came down from Asgard. In 1990, the last American personal computer shut down on national television. Toodaloo! Imagine, guys, imagine a timeline where PCs, the internet, well, I guess the internet kind of did exist, but just PCs didn't exist. Or the internet as we know it. In 2000, we've learned from our mistakes. Control is confidence, and today there are no doubts. Okay, is this another computer? With Maze Movie Maker, now you can take control. Maze. Okay, and that's what was her name Lauren Arnoldson used for the CANYONCROWN video. Property of Maze. Exploring under a maze factory. God, is it going to be like a sweatshop? Hang on a sec. Oh, this is the freaking... If you guys remember the latest episode of the American Folklore, Alternative American Folklore, this was being shown. So this is a maze factory that was being shown, obviously, in the last video, which was made clear at the actual end, obviously, but... You know, but first we spread the word. Beware the monuments, they are all connected. The military-industrial complex grows. So who's this? This is... The cave was very quiet and humid. Oh, okay, so is this someone making, like, editing a video together on a Maze Movie Maker, and that's why it says Property of Maze under here, because it's, like, copyright. The air felt charged, too. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Thor freaking attacked the place before. It looks like we're inside a mouth. There were no lights, fixtures, or any pieces of equipment. No animals, not even bugs. It felt so empty. So there was just a straight up cave underneath these maize factories. So was the maize factories a front to experiment with whatever the heck is underneath America? The horned serpent, as they're calling it. What is that? Why would you blare that? Man, the focal length on this thing is insane. Well, that doesn't sound good. Okay, so what else do we remember, guys, that is electrically charged? The special trees, right? When the special trees bend like that, they release electricity. And when that happens, usually that's because you're being teleported to another dimension or whatever, like what happened to Virginia. Or I guess it makes sense with the whole CORNERFOLK. Like I said before, when they go from one realm to another, they emit this blue spack of like energy that makes them shoot over to the other side. So maybe that's what we're seeing also. It's to do with the CORNERFOLK. Jeez. Do not visit these sites. They have not been fed in years. Okay. So, Maya and Nathaniel Arnoldson. Okay, so Nathaniel, I think, was Lauren's dad, right? Because they must be brother and sister. It's all coming together. MAIZEMOVIEMAKER, a film by Alex Kazanis. Okay, right. So, the Maize is the company a front for just like... because obviously they have entrances to this cave, so were they feeding people underneath this factory as well? Okay, so how did it go from like being funded by President Dean, right, to like then helping out the Department of Defense, to then being like, we need to get rid of all of these now? What happened there? Something must have happened. Maybe we will find out in the next video.
Suez Canal Crab, the Monument Mythos.
Statement from Maize. Arabic text is incompatible with English tea machines. To view a Twitter post sent from an Arabic tea machine, please use an Arabic tea machine. Likewise, please use an Arabic intelligent device to watch MNN Maize News Network broadcasts in Arabic. Otherwise, the text on screen will be distorted. Share these tips with your friends and family on Twitter. Rightio. Okay, so I remember this one. I remember reacting to this one, and I remember the incident as it was happening. So a lot of the Monument Mythos, like, I think a lot of the story was inspired by real-time events that were happening, and I think at the time Manticore was like, oh, I can throw this in, I can make this part of the universe. And that's something they do quite a lot with like real-life events that are happening. It's like, oh, maybe I can use this to tell an alternative story. And this one is definitely one of those alternative stories. Here we go. Suez Canal. Remember, they blocked up the whole freaking thing. That was dodgy. I gotta say, guys, that was extremely dodgy. Ever Given. Didn't it like draw the shape of a penis before like lodging itself? Started drifting. March 23rd. Actually, that's 2 days from now. April 6th, 2021. President Clinton announces nuclear solution. Good lord, this is definitely a different timeline. For the last 2 weeks, the container ship Ever Given has obstructed the Suez Canal. With every passing hour, it is costing the global economy over $400 million. At the request of the Egyptian president, the United States will end the crisis with nuclear force. Both Congress and the United Nations Security Council have approved the use of a small thermonuclear weapon on the Suez Canal, several miles from the Ever Given's location. The blast itself will not reach the ship. However, the waves generated are expected to dislodge the Ever Given from its present position. Evacuations of the cities along the waterways are in progress. That is insane. It took them 2 weeks to be like, why don't we just nuke it? How about we just nuke the thing? That'll be fun. Imagine it didn't even reach it. Imagine it just got stuck the other way now. No way, is it actually gonna... Oh my god. It actually did... That's not how ships work! Twitter machine, aka T machine. Let's just call them T machines. Where did the Ever Given go? The ship disappeared according to officials. It got up and left. Why is everyone confused? Why is everyone confused? Guys, it just... Listen, the ship just grew legs and walks away. Why are you guys so dumb, okay? Remember the ship that was stuck in the Suez Canal? It just disappeared. Oh my god, it literally just grew legs and freaking started walking. Look at that thing go. Was that due to the radiation that it was hit with? You know how like Alcatraz had radiation therapy? Is it similar to that in which a bit of radiation caused something to happen? The Americans just released a monster. Nobody asked for a sequel to Attack of the Crab Monsters, 1957. The Americans destroyed the Suez Canal and released a demon. Great. I mean, yeah, it happened. It happens, man. Sorry. So is the ship alive or is there something underneath it? Yeah. April 11th. Suez Canal crab will not be destroyed, says UN Security Council. What? Why not? The crab cannot be eliminated without causing great damage to the Ever Given. Bro, who gives a shit about the ship itself? You have a ship walking right now into cities like a freaking kaiju. In this day and age, the world is unprepared for a loss of cargo of such magnitude. Therefore, the Suez Canal crab will not be destroyed. Okay, but what was in them? At this time, no containers will be lifted from the ship, since low-flying aircraft causes the organism to ambulate unsteadily. In hopes of returning the Ever Given back to the sea, efforts are underway to carefully manipulate the crab's route through Egypt. So rather than just destroy it, because you're worried that destroying what I don't know what the heck is on that ship for it to be extremely for it to be like a loss of such magnitude, but I don't think anything's worth that really. Do you know how many people are probably going to die because of this? Barricade 1, Barricade 2. Cairo. Okay. Dr. Disturbing presents.
Hello. Okay, Alenta, tell me, what do you think about the tower? It's your first visit here, so what do you think about the tower? I thought it was a really good tower.
I thought it was a really good tower, or did you?
It gives you a really good sense of how busy Cairo is, so I really enjoyed it.
It was terrific. It was really great to get kind of a sense of the scale of the city. It's kind of difficult to do that when you're walking around down on the street.
It's a breathtaking view, and it really gives you a terrific perspective of the whole city. And I loved it up there. I spent a couple of hours up on the top.
Well, don't tell me that people are going up on top of this freaking Suez Canal crab for a view of Cairo. What's going on? Hang on, the 2021 Cairo Tower Stampede. Okay, they're talking about... Okay.
Due to evacuations around the Suez Canal.
I love videos like this, by the way. I had to stop watching them because I noticed that I started getting a lot of anxiety and depression because most of the content that they're talking about is very dark and not very nice, let's say. This kind of vibe, anyway.
Millions traveled to Cairo in search of housing. In response to this migration, many building capacity limits for popular attractions were inflated. The Cairo Tower, one of the tallest buildings in Egypt, had its own recommended capacity limit increased from 700 persons to 1,000.
Oh my goodness, that's not good. April 16th, 2021, 3 days prior.
On the evening of April 16th, 2021, upwards of 1,200 visitors toured the Cairo Tower at once.
Jeez.
Although concerns of overcrowding had been raised by several staff members, the building manager dismissed their comments.
Right.
Since the Suez Canal crab would be passing by later in the evening, he also encouraged visitors to enter the upper levels of the tower
to get a look at
as
it.
That would provide a better vantage point. At 8 p.m., the Suez Canal crab was observed to have turned toward the Cairo Tower and proceeded to approach.
Oh, good lord.
Despite an alert sent out by the Egyptian government for civilians to immediately vacate structures in the crab's path, most visitors ignored the warning and stayed on the upper levels.
Just stayed in the tower
as it came near.
Bro, you got like King Kong coming at you.
At 8:15 p.m., the Suez Canal crab was seen to have stumbled, and in an attempt to regain its balance, crashed into one side of the Cairo Tower,
good lord.
killing over 200 people.
200 people?
The resulting tremors that traversed the building damaged its staircases and elevator systems beyond repair.
Damn.
The cascade of shipping containers from the Ever Given, knocked forward by the momentum
oh my
initial stumble,
goodness,
lasted for over 2 minutes, as an estimated 800 containers broke from their locks and pushed forward an additional 1,000 containers.
Oh my
as all
goodness.
1,800 containers tumbled down through the building, the structural integrity of the Cairo Tower rapidly diminished. Falling debris and containers are reported to have killed over 800 visitors.
Oh my goodness. You know what? It's told in such a way that it's a believable event. That's what I love about Manticore's work, is that the way this story is told feels like something that actually could happen or actually has happened.
At 8:19 p.m., the Cairo Tower fully collapsed,
oh, God.
dragging the immobilized Suez Canal crab into the ground.
Jeez.
In total, only 39 of the 1,189 visitors of the Cairo Tower survived. 2 of the 15 staff members escaped to safety, including the building manager. None of the 6 security guards survived.
Jeez.
Although paramedics and police officers had arrived shortly before the Cairo Tower's collapse, the visibly unstable tower prompted them to collect survivors on the ground and retreat to a
I was going to say, why would you get that close to a tower that looks extremely unstable? A bunch of cargo containers have literally just been unleashed, and this does not look safe. But that's what makes their job difficult, you know? You got to go into danger.
At 1 p.m., a hazardous waste collection team and soldiers of the Egyptian ground forces arrived to contain survivors within mobile quarantine chambers. Due to fears of a potential contagion contracted from the Suez Canal crab, all civilians in the vicinity were placed in quarantine under the authority of Egypt's military in collaboration with the Ministry of Health. Upon impact with the ground, the Suez Canal crab and the Ever Given separated. The large wounds caused by the separation discharged thousands of gallons of seawater and bodily fluids. The hazardous waste collection team and soldiers attempted to plug the gushing lesions. However, survivors report that their efforts were mostly futile due to the team's inability to stay standing on the slippery ground. With the number of accidental falls among the troops on the increasingly wet ground, the Egyptian army diverted its focus from closing wounds on the Suez Canal crab to evacuation efforts.
Jeez, okay.
By midnight, the civilian population within a 3-mile radius of the fallen Cairo Tower had been completely evacuated.
That's insane. Where would you put all those people? April 17th, 2021, 2 days prior.
On the morning of April 17th, Egyptian authorities publicly announced that the Suez Canal crab had fallen in Cairo and laid in a vegetative state. Although the Cairo exclusion zone was primarily intended to prevent any media coverage of the crab and the surrounding destruction, several journalists managed to record footage of the site through the assistance of private helicopter pilots.
Oh,
By 8
damn.
a.m.,
Okay.
Clips of the crab were trending on Twitter. Members of the Anti-Device Association attributed the severity...
Anti-Device Association? That's very similar to Anti-Dean Association, which I guess is the same thing, because didn't James Dean basically promote the technology? I guess that was Maze, right?
Disaster to the development of intelligent devices, specifically Twitter machines. They reasoned that due to the popularity of Twitter in America, the Ever Given was overstocked with T-machines, which weighed the ship down and consequently caused the initial obstruction of the Suez Canal.
Yeah.
On Twitter, the ADA released a vicious string of messages criticizing Twitter, Hillary Clinton, and Egypt. along with images.
What does that say? Clinton says the crab is not a TFMD until it kills people.
Hillary Clinton and Egypt, along with images of the Suez Canal crab. Photos of scattered goods that had fallen out of the shipping containers became a popular topic of discussion.
Let me guess, people wanted to go in there.
One image of a sports car resting on top of debris would be retweeted by the ADA with the caption, "The Cairo exclusion zone is a conspiracy to keep goods in Egypt. The American people have been robbed."
Oh, geez. I mean, no. I mean, well, so you're saying that, like, America, did they know that the freaking ship was going to turn into a crab and just walk through Cairo?
The tweet was shared by over 10 million users.
10 million?
Taking notice, the ADA followed up with tweets suggesting that in Egypt,
the sports car was last seen at an Egyptian soldier's home. These products must be rescued by their rightful owners.
Had driven home the sports car in the image, and that the goods needed to be rescued by their rightful owners.
Really?
The ADA deemed April 19th as finders.
Hang on a second, I don't understand this. Anti-Device Association, and they're writing on a device. That is extremely just hypocritical, ironic.
Thursday, and urged all Americans to travel to Egypt to obtain the goods left from the fallen Suez Canal crab. Overnight, an estimated 12,000 flights to Cairo were booked by American citizens.
One day prior.
Although a few trespassers had been apprehended in the Cairo exclusion zone, officials did not foresee any further disruptions at the site. Medical personnel attended to survivors in the quarantine chambers. Soldiers cleared rubble and attempted to control the spread of the Suez Canal crab's bodily fluids. By 5 a.m. on April 19th, approximately 20 million gallons had been contained through aerial drops of sawdust and an extensive effort to mop the premises.
Jeez, 20 million gallons, did it say?
Officials discussed a plan to lay down military-grade mats to enable the hazardous material collection team to walk up to the crab for closer analysis. It was ultimately decided that no further action would be taken until the following evening, as it was believed that the midday sun would evaporate most of the fluid.
That must stink, man. Well, that bodily fluid from a Suez Canal crab.
12,000 Americans gathered in front of the gated entrance of the Cairo exclusion zone. 4,000 Egyptian police officers and soldiers stood behind the perimeter to guard the exclusion zone from trespassers. At 12:03 p.m.
I don't understand. Like, so these Americans, like, believe, like, what do they know that their stuff's on there, like stuff that they actually ordered, or are they just going over there to be like, we're American and we're reclaiming our stuff? The second one sounds a little bit more plausible. Let's be honest.
Erupted when an American shot a police officer.
Okay, well, you know, you mean you can take the American out of America, guys.
In the face. Consequently, tear gas was used on the
That's a joke.
Tanks and heat rays arrived shortly afterwards to deter any trespassers. However, by 12:10 p.m., the front entrance gates of the Cairo exclusion zone
So they just literally just shot their way in. How the heck did they get their hands on guns? How did they sneak those onto the planes? Or did they get them in Cairo?
From the force of the charging crowd. Informed of the approaching Americans, medical personnel and survivors at the epicenter began to vacate the premises.
Yeah.
By 12:43 p.m., the first Americans were seen by officials at the epicenter. Although the wet ground was expected to significantly slow their approach, several citizens had arrived earlier than anticipated since they had utilized car hubcaps to slide quickly across the ground. With no law enforcement at the scene.
Oh, Jesus. I don't know what just happened there, guys, but I just choked on my own spit from laughing. That's what I get for having a good time.
To slide quickly across the ground. With no
so they were like sledding, essentially.
Enforcement at the scene, the American citizens began to collect fallen goods and pry open shipping containers.
So let me get this straight. The bodily fluids that were coming out of the Suez Canal crab were essentially like oil that was slippy. So they were essentially using it like the car hubs, and they were like skateboarding almost. That sounds reasonable.
Popular goods included furniture, firearms, processed food, tea machines, bars of gold, automobiles, and design.
Okay, I don't mean to keep pausing, guys, but
as Americans continue,
if you do have a car there, how are you going to get it back?
To arrive at the epicenter, more injuries from accidental falls were observed.
Mm.
Concussions and broken arms were the most common injuries during the initial break-in.
Oh God.
At 1 p.m., several fights broke out over a Ford pickup truck that had rolled out from a container and crushed a family. 3 aggressors were shot by a man who had found a rifle.
Oh my goodness.
The conflict fueled an unpleasant atmosphere, with more instances of gun violence as time went on. One notable incident saw the discovery of a container of firearms by a group of young children.
Jeez.
The accidental firing of an automatic weapon by one child prompted the intervention of their parents and other adults. The resulting verbal argument escalated quickly and broke out into a full-scale gunfight with over 14 armed subjects, including the children.
Just kids got their hands on guns. Where are their parents? What's going on there?
Another fight erupted after the discovery of a deluxe barbecue grill, which 13 Americans had simultaneously called dibs when the item was pulled out.
So it's not even their stuff, man. They're just looting, essentially. They went over to Cairo to loot. That is insane.
All 13 Americans died from gun-related wounds.
All of them?
When the last wave of the 12,000 Americans had entered the epicenter, overcrowding ensured that the accidental fall of one individual would trigger a continuous series of additional falls.
Uh-oh.
Without any open space for the midday sunlight to reach the wet ground, the bodily fluid had no time to evaporate, and the number of falls steadily increased.
Okay.
At around 1:30 p.m., one of the posterior legs of the SUEZCANALCRAB twitched and incited panic in a nearby crowd.
Oh, jeez.
As Americans attempted to flee, many fell on the slippery ground and were trampled by those rushing behind them.
Good Lord.
By 1:33 p.m., the screams of the panicked crowd had reached a deafening volume, reportedly being heard over 5 miles away.
Jeez!
Due to the reinforcement of the Cairo exclusion zone's gates and orders from the Ministry of Health to prevent any American citizen from leaving the exclusion zone, the massive crowds were kept inside the 3-mile radius of the epicenter, held in place by an orderly line of tanks.
Well, that's what you freaking get for just going around there and freaking looting the place.
Perimeter. The gates stood for over 6 hours as Americans ran from the epicenter. Many soldiers became ill at the sight of injuries caused by the thousands of bodies being crushed into the metal bars.
Oh my goodness.
By 7:15 p.m., everyone within a half-mile of the gate had perished from extreme pressure. Heat exhaustion, accidental falls, and gun violence were also major causes of death.
Right. It's like the Hillsborough disaster, man.
Cairo exclusion zone gates were opened at 8 p.m. Soldiers searched for the remaining survivors. Of the over 12,000 Americans who had arrived, only 944 survived. 77 of the American survivors were found kneeling around the SUEZCANALCRAB and claimed to have been promised from a deity that they would survive if they prayed to the crab.
But all this happened in the space of a day. This is insanity.
However, none of them could account for the remains of dead worshippers that littered the ground around them. They would later establish the Church of the Ever Given during their stay at a local hospital.
The Church of the Ever... Okay, Howard Melrose. That was the guy who did the report. Yeah, he was the journalist on the Delaware River.
The Cairo exclusion zone, the day after the stampede, said of the site, "It looked like something from a medieval painting. All of their bodies were jammed into each other. Everyone became one."
Oh, good Lord. Everyone became... The Cairo exclusion zone is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. What the heck does that mean? World Heritage Sites are landmarks and areas, both cultural and natural, recognized by UNESCO for their outstanding universal value and are inscribed on the World Heritage List, signifying their global importance. So a stampede and a bunch of people dying and basically becoming one thing because they're all crushed to death became something that everyone was like, this is amazing. This adds value to the world, and we're going to keep it right here. It's just in this world, the worlds that Manticore creates, everyone just kind of goes along with it. It's the most disturbing stuff that ever happens, or the most weirdest, eeriest thing, paper people, and people are like, yeah, that's just normal. That's just a normal Tuesday here. It's so strange.
DEANDISASTER, the Monument Mythos.
Statement from Maze. Out of respect for deaf culture, the surgical procedures developed under the Dean administration were made optional for all Americans. However, acute social pressure compelled nearly every citizen with deafness to accept medical treatment. Those who were against treatment were frequently ostracized from society, and some were even harassed into fleeing the country. What do you think of President James Dean and the Great Siren Disaster? Share your thoughts on Twitter. Okay, so if you didn't want this treatment, that whatever they're talking about, you were booed out of the country? That is insane. Right, let's see what this is all about. The story of America's worst TV hijacking. How long was President Dean president for?
During the broadcast of ABC Evening News, anchor Frank Reynolds told viewers to be prepared for tomorrow and that they would witness the start of a glorious adventure. Word spread quickly throughout the country, and civilians invited friends and family to their homes in anticipation of the next day.
Right.
Although no details of this glorious adventure were known, it was widely presumed to be another exciting TV announcement from President James Dean. Watching parties were organized in living rooms across America, and on the evening...
That is terrifying. Look at that face. Let's go back to that face. Look at that. Do you ever just watch TV like that, guys?
And on the evening of May 13th, 1969, after the ABC Evening News ended, televisions were closely watched.
Oh my God, how close do you get into that?
With millions of unblinking eyes.
Okay.
No one wanted to miss what President Dean had to say.
President Dean is just absolutely loved, man. He can...
James Dean's America is hell.
Why are they so against James Dean?
Still don't believe us. You'll hear the truth.
That's what we need to understand, guys.
James Dean himself.
What is the Anti-Dean Association's goals? My goodness.
Immediately following the broadcast, air raid sirens activated across all 50 states.
Wow.
The sirens blared at a far greater volume than usual and burst the eardrums of every civilian within a 4-mile radius. The resulting panic triggered severe overcrowding at bomb shelters and deadly stampedes in the streets. Thousands were trampled and hospitals were overwhelmed.
It just goes, in this world, it just goes from 0 to 100 immediately. Like, people just straight up within 10 seconds of something happening. It's like, the world is ending. We have to just like run around screaming.
Fires
and
broke out in all major cities, and cars left running in the streets produced lethal amounts of carbon monoxide, which flowed into poorly ventilated bomb shelters and suburban homes.
Oh my goodness.
In Washington, D.C., the White House was placed into lockdown immediately after the TV hijacking, and President Dean was rushed to a maximum security underground bunker.
Naturally.
Able to hear the anguished screams of civilians in the streets above, Dean refused to stay in the shelter. When carbon monoxide alarms went off in the bunker, he urged his staff to exit the White House with him and shut off the vehicles left on the roadways.
Wow.
With a phone
So people
call,
just didn't turn off their engines. That's insane.
Dean mobilized the National Guard to assist with the deactivation of the millions of parked vehicles across America. Several more phone calls to high-ranking military officials and world leaders revealed that no nuclear missiles had in fact been launched. President Dean soon realized that the air raid sirens had been hijacked by a domestic organization and immediately ordered all forces of the military to disable every active siren in the nation.
Again, the Anti-Dean Association,
when military
right?
technicians arrived at the location of the sirens, they found that the bodies of prior technicians, who had perished from the combination of stress and the siren's sheer volume, piled so high as to have formed a ramp to the top of the speakers.
And how many technicians were there? Oh my goodness, it's like hundreds of technicians on one thing as well, one alarm.
By civilians in unaccompanied cars frequently blocked the path of emergency vehicles and prolonged the process of disarming the sirens. Against his advisors' wishes, President Dean tasked himself with the deactivation of an air siren near the White House.
Although he would accomplish the task fairly quickly, Dean sustained permanent ear damage and was rendered fully deaf.
Jeez, that's a
The
shame.
sheer volume had also caused countless blood vessels in his body to burst and produce several abdominal hernias.
Oh my
His
goodness.
condition was shared among the millions of other Americans who had been near the sirens at the time of their activation. 3 hours.
How? Okay, I mean, these things were designed to go that loud? That does not seem safe or optimized.
Pass before all
Like, you want it to be loud enough that people who are inside their homes are like, whoa, what the heck is that? But not loud to the point where your eardrums are bursting and you get hernias.
its sirens would be fully disabled. The next morning, at the advice of federal authorities, civilians slowly made their way from the shelters back to their homes. Although some continued to stay in the shelters for fear of radioactive fallout.
What?
Most
What, they thought they were getting bombed?
accepted the explanation given by military officials over the radio. There is no nuclear holocaust. A domestic terrorist organization hijacked the sirens of America. The streets
That's
were
scary.
littered with bodies and automobiles. The National Guard handed out blind...
Why is she speaking like this? Why is she like saying it? The bodies were littering the streets. You know, like there's two tones of news, right? I always say this. There's the really happy one where it's like, well, today we've got a dog that can see through its ears. And it's not that kind of nice high inclinations, you know? But then when they're really serious, it's more like that. Well, especially in England, anyways. So, there has been a terrorist attack on America. But for some reason, this reporter's reading it like, there were bodies littered in the street. She's almost saying it with a gleeful smile on her face.
Young, sick...
Let's
and
listen to that again.
Sirens of America. The streets were littered with bodies and automobiles. The National Guard handed out blindfolds to the young, sick, and elderly
Right.
as they exited the shelters to prevent the scenes of bloodshed from causing fainting spells and heart attacks.
Jeez, heart
At
attacks.
the Walt Disney Medical Center, physicians examined President Dean and other members of his staff who helped disarm the sirens.
Bro, what is that? What is going on here? That's terrifying. Imagine waking up and you see that.
All were diagnosed with severe hearing loss. Against his doctor's advice, Dean insisted on issuing a public statement on the traumatic events that had transpired. Although he initially wanted
Oh my
to appear
goodness.
on live television, a glance at the mirror discouraged him, as he saw the countless bruises and tears present on his skin due to
Yikes.
the intensity of the sirens.
My God, well, the sirens were so loud that they tore their skin?
Coordination with technicians from the Department of Defense, President Dean instead organized a large-scale radio broadcast, utilizing the very air raid sirens they had disabled.
Oh, interesting. So you're just going to deafen them even more. That's a great idea.
Later that night, a bruised Frank Reynolds would announce on ABC Evening News that Dean would speak through the sirens and that captions would be displayed simultaneously on television for viewers who were hard of hearing.
Fair enough. He'll be with you in just a moment.
It's Jimmy speaking. I'm sorry, very sorry for what's come to pass. I wish I could bring back your friends, your family. I want to fix everything. This is not the announcement I planned for. But as you know, there are people who have it in for us. The Anti-Dean Association. They hijack our system.
So it was them.
Hurt people. The Anti-Dean Association is an anti-American association. I want you to keep an eye out for them. They will not be harmed.
Wasn't President Dean completely deaf? How is he like most deaf people can't really speak because they can't hear themselves?
Because they're very proud of their silly ideas. Find them,
He'd be shouting right now.
bring them to your local authorities. We'll make things right. We have places for people like them. This is Jimmy.
What does that mean? You have places for people like them. Okay, we're back to this.
Over the next week, hundreds of thousands of anti-Deaners would be apprehended and sent to correctional facilities around the United States.
How do you know what an anti-Deaner looks like?
These facilities, meant for the anti-American, were aptly located near or at national monuments in order.
Okay, so Dean is working with, well, I mean, it's obvious that he's working with these monument creatures.
Order to symbolize a return to American virtues.
Right.
Most would stay for merely a few weeks before being released again.
Okay, so they weren't fed to the thing.
Friends and family of rehabilitated anti-Deaners frequently claimed that they would have improved personalities, no recollection of their...
Oh no, I know what's happened here. Were they just literally swapped? Well, they were just swapped.
Past criminal activities and even personalities, no recollection of their past criminal activities, and even slightly altered physical appearances.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Dean was essentially sending them to be teleported off to another... But what happens in the world that they're teleported to?
These methods were so effective in calming the terrorist that many innocent civilians requested themselves to be sent to these facilities.
Oh my
in hopes
goodness.
of radically changing their lives. However, federal authorities would deny any admission to those who were not affiliated with the ADA. During one address, President Dean acknowledged the high volume of requests.
True, because I guess if you aren't an ADA, an anti-Deaner, then if you do go to the monument and swap out, you could come out as an anti-Deaner, because it's literally the opposite of what you are. Okay, is this gonna... Hang on. Yeah, we're gonna... Sorry guys, we're skipping it. Hey Jimmy.
A lot of you want to be sent to the same places we're sending those anti-Deaners to.
Yeah.
I get it. Those who come out of these places, they look clean as a whistle. But if we send you to those places too, then those correctional facilities lose their purpose.
Right.
If we send everyone to prison, then what's a prison anymore? This is Jimmy signing off.
So maybe the anti-Deaners do have something going. Maybe they know that the president is in cahoots with these monument creatures.
On the morning of May 22nd, 9 days after the disaster, President Dean received a state-of-the-art hearing implant from Maze Machines, an up-and-coming tech company. Around noon at the Walt Disney Medical Center, the device was surgically inserted into Dean. The sound quality of the implant and the speedy nature of the surgery inspired Dean to imagine a new government department, which would be able to oversee the mass production and distribution of quality hearing implants to the American public.
Right.
That evening, President Dean requested an emergency session of Congress and proposed the ambitious project.
I can't hear a damn thing.
Okay.
Did you hear me? I can't hear a damn thing. Neither can you, or you, or you, or you. It doesn't matter whether you were near the sirens or not. None of you are listening. We need to bring together those technology companies to build and send hearing devices that the public needs. Hearing devices that you yourself need.
Right.
And through a collaboration with the Department of Health, we can give back to the people what our failures took away.
Right.
We can let a mother hear her child laugh again. And let a man hear his dog again. We can give everyone their hearing again. And who's stopping you? Listen to the public. You're all about deadlines too. So here's one. By July 4th, I want every American to hear the fireworks.
Why would you want to hear the fireworks? I mean, the point of a firework, I mean, yeah, big loud explosion is pretty cool sometimes, but it can get very annoying very quickly. Fireworks are pretty to look at. You don't need to have ears to appreciate fireworks.
Due to a malfunction...
If anything, it's annoying after a while.
Implants, Dean was unable to hear himself and as a result spoke much louder on the...
Okay, so sorry to pause on this bit, guys, but I do feel like the anti-Deaners have some kind of point here. I feel like Dean is in cahoots with these monument creatures, right? And he's working alongside Maze, and we know Maze to also have something to do with these monument creatures. And if he wants these American people to put a device made by these people who are in cahoots with the monument creatures, then what is that all about? Why does he want that? It's almost like this whole, Barack Obama, when he was found out that the government, the US government, was spying on its people. I guess it's going to have that kind of effect.
Senate floor than on previous occasions. The volume of his speech, which greatly amplified his compassion for the American people, profoundly affected the senators, and in the early hours of May 23, 1969, after 10 hours of discussion, the Department of Technology was approved.
Department of Technology.
It was the fastest an executive department had ever been established. By May 27th, all persons with hearing loss attributed to the anti-Dean disaster would be eligible for the surgical implantation of a hearing device free of charge. Mass operating rooms would be established throughout the U.S., able to house over 1,000 patients at once. The use of surgical androids was approved on June 6th, which increased the number of surgeries performed.
Surgical androids? They just whipped those out, did they?
Over 250%.
Oh my goodness.
Once all victims had been treated, those with deafness unrelated to the disaster also became eligible for the surgery.
Okay. Helen Keller?
On July 4th, it was announced...
But she was blind as well, was she not?
...that there was no incidence of severe hearing loss in the country. The United States was the first nation in the world to eradicate deafness.
Jeez. To what end, though? Is it really all good, or is there some hidden agenda in there?
It had been expected for some time since its first mention during Dean's congressional address. In preparation, many health organizations, both domestic and international, had prepared to host banquets for Dean and grant awards to him and his staff.
I guess the one thing, there's the Maze companies, similar to what happened during COVID, like all these pharmaceutical companies literally like made a ridiculous amount of profit. Maze probably made a ridiculous amount of profit during this time, right? And maybe President Dean, I don't know. I'm thinking with a conspiracy hat on right now. Maybe I can't believe that things would be done for the sake of humanity. I have such a pessimistic view on the world that I can't believe that someone would want to just do that for the sake of humanity. But let's just say, you know what, he did. He did do that. Okay, President Dean's cool. Until I'm proven otherwise, let's just say President Dean is cool.
However, President Dean spent the entirety of Independence Day
racing cars,
cars with close friend Richard Nixon.
with Richard Nixon. What is it with this guy racing cars?
At a local speedway. Though many would cite the recovery from the anti-Dean disaster as James Dean's finest hour, the president was never willing to accept responsibility.
All we did was fix some ears.
All we did was fix some ears. What are you talking about? Okay, interesting. I still think, you know what? Let's say Dean is a good person, okay? Until we're proven otherwise. Okay, but I do have suspicions that something else is going on behind the scenes there. Because we know that Maze was built on top of these freaking things where they would feed, similar to what the monuments were, there was something underneath them. These Maze factories were built on top of something with the monsters underneath them or whatever the heck it was. And James Dean was funding that. So I'm sorry that I can't get behind the whole humanity thing. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Let's move on to the next video.
STARRYSPHINX, the monument mythos.
Statement from Maze. There are no extraterrestrials. Visit our Twitter account for more fun facts. That definitely is a fun fact. Oh, look who made a return here. Leonard W. Morlin. Here we go. Leonard W. Morlin. This was the same dude, former senior advisor. Okay. The Starry Sphinx and related phenomena. Video number 1, TFMD on Mars. What does TFMD stand for again? It was in the Suez Canal video, right? True force of mass destruction is what it means. So this is on Mars. What the heck is that thing? You gotta remember, guys, that this is all linking together somehow. Although it does seem extremely random. Audio number 1, excerpts from an interview recovered from an arson scene, unrestored. Okay, here's Leonard.
Egypt was entirely against the excavation. They had every right to be upset when we went ahead with it anyway. They said that their system worked for thousands of years and would continue to protect the country. Right.
Okay, I'm guessing this wasn't Mars. It was Egypt. Or unless it wasn't, I don't know.
The military did not care. They viewed their solution as a problem and desperately needed a better solution. American solution. Which in this case was excavation.
Okay. Oh, it is Mars. Sorry, I need to pay more attention. The true force of mass destruction leaves Mars.
Once the pyramids were classified as CFMDs by the U.S., the excavation was inevitable. CFMDs have been acknowledged by the UN Security Council as the single most dangerous threat to humanity.
Yeah.
Of course, this was before climate change and mankind was classified as CFMDs under the new administration.
Wow, okay. Mankind itself was classified as a true force of mass destruction, which makes sense with nuclear war and stuff.
The pyramids required immediate action.
The pyramids required immediate action. TFMD enters Earth's atmosphere. When was this? What? Look at that thing. Yeah.
With some years of their lives striking the trees. They were equipped with the finest music glass balloons, which is substances to inhibit muscle fatigue and induce insomnia. So they would be able to hit the trees for several nights in a row.
Wow. Talking about the special trees, I'm guessing, because the J.D. Rockefeller couldn't cut down the trees.
Of course. That wouldn't be possible until 1945. Rather, the intention was to shift the tree's focus from upward growth to internal repairs. The ancient Egyptians knew that they could not permanently halt the tree's germination, but by prolonging their growth, the Egyptians bought themselves time to build enormous towers that would better contain the trees.
Right. Enormous towers that would contain the trees. So this was... Okay, the ancient Egyptians knew about the monuments before? TFMD is attacked. By what? Oh, good lord. What is that? That's a bright light. Stuff's like spawning out of it. What's going on? Whoa! Okay, so they were shooting it. Nice.
Within the first week of excavation, we found the pyramids extending much deeper into the sand than we had previously thought. The more we dug, the more bricks we had found had already been laid. At the time, we had convinced ourselves that the pyramids had these in a structure.
Right.
It would be a matter of time before we would reach the bottom. By the third week, we realized that we had been wrong the whole time.
Infinitely?
You imagine our reluctance to tell the public that the pyramids were not pyramids at all. They were towers.
Infinite towers.
All three of them. Towers which contain enormous species of metaphysical flora. Who knew that the pyramids were merely the tips of buildings?
Wow, you know, that's... Weirdly enough, I saw that on Twitter the other day, that people believe that the pyramids are just the tip of a humongous kind of like obelisk shape underneath the earth. But you see some crazy stuff on Twitter. TFMD's False Children Land. False Children Land? Is this talking about Wonderland? Whoa. Whoa! Okay. False children organized into the STARRYSPHINX. False children? They're throwing things at us, guys. That's probably going to make sense later. So the STARRYSPHINX distracts observers as mothership flees. The mothership? That's so stupid. The mothership was the Sphinx? Don't mind me. Look over here, look over here. Just a big, gigantic Sphinx slowly moving. Where are they going to? Why are they not like flying off? The Great Pyramids rise. Oh my goodness, okay. The other pyramids awaken. Video affected by radiation. Radiation. Oh my goodness, look at the size of those things. Now that would be terrifying. If you got megalophobia anyway, you'd be like, what is going on? Wait, there's more than 3. What's going on? Is this similar to Alcatraz? Because it says affected by radiation. The last time we saw something similar to this with multiple islands was Alcatraz Island. Diagram number 1, present situation. Sphinx equals, pyramids equals, okay. Okay, there's the Sphinx. Oh my goodness. How many freaking pyramids are there? And it's all being controlled by the Sphinx. That made my eyes go weird. Oh my god. Produced by the Anti-Device Association. What? Right. Okay. But how does... I mean... So those towers technically represent the trees because they say it contains the supermassive fauna or whatever, and I'm guessing that's referring to the trees. So what the freaking... The Sphinx is just a mothership for all these pyramids, which are actually just massive towers which house these special trees. So have they always been there? Like, how did we get footage of the thing on Mars going to Earth, you know? If the Sphinx has been around since ancient Egyptian times, or was it a different Sphinx that was making its way to Earth? I'm very confused. But you know what? We got to just keep pushing forward, guys. We got to keep pushing forward.
GIZAGUARDIAN, the Monument Mythos.
Statement from Maze. Happy Independence Day. There's a lot being thrown into the mix right now, guys. It's going back and forth through timelines. We've got freaking President Dean. We've got something else going on. We've got the actual monuments themselves. Something's going on there. Then we've got the ancient Egyptians, the Sphinx, and the pyramids being like a housing unit for these special trees. It's very confusing where the timelines all kind of right now? Were the special trees always around and now we're just harvesting I don't know what's going on. Let's just jump into this. This is GIZAGUARDIAN. Weather permitting, we will carry a feed of the Starry Sphinx in Giza on July 4th. Stay tuned. The Starry Sphinx. Maze News Network. Maze News Network. That thing. Just drones. Starry Sphinx caught on camera. So these are called false children. Now, I don't think we know why they're called false children just yet, but we know that they're called false children. Although they just look like drones, let's be honest. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's go. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 2 up this time. Okay, stop. Is that what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's an octagon. So why is there, can I ask, why is there a feed from Maze for the Independence Day in Giza? Why is that a thing? Whoa, look at them go. Oh yeah. What's going on? What just happened? Hello? Oh my goodness. Oh, they're all... Right. So Giza's lost at this point. Replaced with alternative Giza, most likely. We know that that's what happens, right? Oh, Dr. Disturbing, here we go again. I love this guy's stuff. Let's go, baby. Project GIZAGUARDIAN.
Throughout the 19th century, English archaeologists in Egypt encountered stories, time and again, of mysterious lightning strikes near the Great Pyramids of Giza.
Okay, and that's because they are special trees.
That the lightning would strike only in the presence of certain rare constellations.
Oh, interesting.
However,
okay.
No one outside of the Bedouin tribes knew of which constellations. The secrecy protected the value of Giza glass,
right,
a mineral created by the strange lightning striking the desert sand. The glass also served as a form of black market currency for several tribes.
Giza glass,
For decades,
okay.
The Bedouins' knowledge eluded British archaeologists. For as long as the constellations remained unknown, the Giza glass that formed was retrieved by the Bedouins long before anyone else arrived.
Oh, got you.
In the late 1870s, British Egyptologist Flinders Petrie discovered the constellation which preceded the electrical phenomenon. In 1880, he arranged an expedition to collect samples of Giza glass for the British Museum.
Right, okay,
Petrie
of course.
accurately predicted the appearance of Giza glass, and with the help of British troops, secured the location of the glass.
That is just what England did, what Britain did back in the day. They're like, oh, that looks nice. We're going to take that. Go to the National Museum in London. 90% of it is just things stolen from other places.
Glass for themselves. The glass, which formed in long, multi-layered sheets, was fractured in order to be more easily transported.
Fractured,
While
okay.
collecting fragments, Petrie slipped and landed on an upright plane of Giza glass. The force of the fall, combined with the sharpness of the material, decapitated Petrie immediately.
Jeez!
While British troops at the scene quickly assumed
How does that happen? That's a freak accident.
Petrie had been killed, a closer inspection revealed that he was still alive.
Oh.
Although his head was separated from his body, Petrie remained conscious and could even mouth rudimentary words.
Nice.
Medical personnel were initially relieved Petrie had somehow survived, but they became concerned when his head began to discolor and swell significantly.
Ah, see, it's all making sense now, guys. The CANYONCROWNs, it's making sense. Those people were decapitated by Giza glass, right?
But the fate of Flinders Petrie is a tale for another day.
Yikes.
Petrie's lot, as his collection of Giza glass came to be known, arrived in England in 1891. Unfortunately, due to the poor handling of its containers during transit, the glass arrived broken into thin shards and was deemed worthless by museum curators.
Well, that sucks. You'd think to take better care of it.
Of international diplomacy, the British Museum divided Petrie's lot among visiting American ambassadors. Vaguely aware of Giza glass's odd
J.D. Rockefeller,
President John D. Rockefeller ordered the immediate confiscation of the material from the American ambassadors. Although many in his administration were eager to see the glass be used in warfare, President Rockefeller refused to authorize military use and instead discussed other possible applications with the head of the Department of the Interior.
Okay, yeah, but because you got to think, if it has properties of keeping you alive when it cuts you, why would you want to use that on your enemies? You're just going to be creating all these floating heads and these like people that can live.
After numerous conferences, it was settled that segments of Giza glass would be polished into fine blades and given to a select group of Greco-Egyptian swordsmen.
Nice, okay.
These unusually tall swordsmen were assigned to the Grand Canyon and guarded restricted areas from trespassers.
It all makes sense now, guys, okay? Why was there a floating head in the Grand Canyon? Okay, so Maya Annesley, if that floating head was Maya Annesley in CANYONCROWN, was going into a restricted place in the Grand Canyon, which we need to talk about that, by the way. Why is there restricted places in the Grand Canyon? That'll probably be touched on later. And she obviously had her freaking head cut off. So we need to think about what Maya Annesley and is it Nathaniel Annesley? What was their goal? What were they trying to uncover? It's all coming together, guys, slowly but surely.
Protected under federal law, the Grand Canyon Guardians continued to serve for decades until the last member was discontinued. All trespassers who were maimed by the Guardians were promised a lifetime's worth of a special concoction which controlled unwanted side effects.
Right, got you.
However,
so the swelling of the head.
The medication's efficacy decreased over time. Older victims were promised housing within the Grand Canyon to guarantee their safety and privacy from the outside world, but only under the condition that they would lure known dangerous persons wanted by the federal government to the forbidden zones of the national park.
Wait, hang on a second. Go back. Okay, so trespassers, and they were basically given this concoction to avoid the swelling or whatever, and then once this started running out, it's like, well, what you need to live in the Grand Canyon.
Unwanted, but only under the condition that they would lure known dangerous persons wanted by the federal government to the forbidden zones of the national park.
Right, so these floating heads in the Grand Canyon would lure people into forbidden zones, well, people, I say wanted criminals, to then get killed, but then they would turn into these crowns, right? The US government claims that Project GIZAGUARDIAN was shut down in 1969. However, sightings of swordsmen in the Grand Canyon continue to this day. Can we see one? The following audio is an excerpt from an interview with Louisa Crawford. Okay, it's Thomas Crawford's wife of the esteemed American sculptor Thomas Crawford. Thomas Crawford is best known for designing the Statue of Freedom atop the US Capitol. It's all coming together, guys. Thomas hated America. He went to Rome when he was 21 and stayed there for the rest of his life. He was amused that the slave-holding Americans wanted him to make a statue named Freedom. At first, Thomas did not want to help them, but then he realized that the statue could be a symbol for others. He gave the statue a liberty cap, something that freed Roman slaves wore. He thought that if a 20-foot statue of a liberated woman stood on the Capitol dome, perhaps some men would be less ignorant. You can imagine how disappointed he was when Mr. Davis in Washington then told him to take the cap off of Freedom. But Thomas saw his project through to the end. He went to Egypt to find material for her sword, It's a very special type of glass. Giza glass. One time while he was sharpening the glass at his workshop, he accidentally cut off the tip of his finger. Why do these people around Giza glass just happen just to maim themselves? Although I was worried when he told me, he couldn't stop laughing. He told me that the glass was so sharp that the tip of his finger slipped off without pain or blood. Yet he could still feel it. When Thomas concentrated, he could even make his fingertip twitch on the table. He found it funny. I didn't. I remember he came home one night without a hand. Oh my goodness. He said he could still move it at the workshop. He was so young when he left. Only 43 years old. I wish we spent more time together. We loved each other very much. You can imagine my surprise when I looked into the plaster model's mouth. Thank goodness that Inspector Savino was wrong. He made me think there was a serial killer in town, but nobody murdered him. Thomas cut his own body up and put himself inside a Freedom. What a psycho. I saw him inside, all of him. I knew what must have happened, but seeing his eyes and her face was too much for me. She looked so awake. Zafino told the Americans that Thomas passed away. I think he has found out the truth since then. The Gibraltar police thought I would be devastated to hear that they found Nina's skin in the cave. But I was relieved. I know she's still alive. What, she's in the statue as well? Thomas must have pulled... Hang on. Thomas must have pulled her into the statue with him. Inside Freedom, Thomas and Nina are protecting America. But I mean, what does the little girl have any say in this? Like, maybe she doesn't want to be cut up and put inside a statue. Well, it's like this, like the original FNAF. This is FNAF, but with freedom. This is like FNAF, but inside a statue. This is insane. Together. I mean, it's cute, I guess. It's not at the same time, though. It's kind of psychotic. Insieme. Following the broadcast of the controversial Delaware Double report, the Delaware River Journal was shut down by federal authorities. Yeah, they don't want... However, a secondary organization, the New Delaware Journal, continued operations. Yeah, the federal government probably doesn't want people to know that George Washington is still alive, right? It's probably not a good look. New Delaware Journal, Washington, D.C.
Freedom has a new home.
Oh, yeah.
Following the ADA storming of the Capitol on January 6th, numerous
Right, okay. Okay.
organizations expressed interest in purchasing the Statue of Freedom. The statue, which fell during the riot and caused over 150 casualties,
Damn.
seen by reactionary politicians as a result of poor craftsmanship,
Mm.
and blamed her original installer, Philip Reed, for her collapse. Reed, an experienced architect and enslaved man at the time of Freedom's assembly, this has become the latest in a series of historical figures demonized by the ADA. Due to growing reluctance to reinstall the Statue of Freedom, the Department of the Interior has instead transferred Freedom to an undisclosed location in the Grand Canyon.
Really? They put Freedom... So Freedom's essentially just becoming like a guardian, a Grand Canyon guardian, right?
When asked why the statue had been sent to the Grand Canyon, President Dean replied, "The rocks won't shoot her down."
The rocks won't shoot her down. No, I guess they won't. They could crush her, though. New Delaware Journal. Right, so shortly after the broadcast of Freedom's new home, New Delaware journalist Howard Melrose leaked classified file STFR 4.3099 to the public. So Howard Melrose is like just an American journalist who's getting to the bottom of everything here. Like a whistleblower. Melrose now lives in exile in Egypt. We know this because he was during the whole Suez Canal thing, right? He was there. Attract and extinguish ADA members and other curious persons. Protect May's assets. Right. So is that what they mean by federal criminals? Just ADA members? Or anti-device? I guess they're the same thing, right? Taylor P. Manning. Franklin B. Carr. Bonnie Newman. Perry F. Caldwell. Jimmy and Donna Garner. Roy I. Nunez. Jeff M. Foster, Sue McGee, Bridget K. Jennings, Diana L. Massey. I don't know if these names mean anything right now. Randall Jefferson. None of them really jump out at me at the moment. That's Maya, right? Maya Arnoldson. So Maya Arnoldson was an anti-Dina or an anti-device? Are they one and the same thing? I'm assuming they probably are, right? Because I guess anti-Dean was against Dean, and then James Dean obviously created the Department of Technology or whatever it was, and then the anti-Deaners were like, well, we're against anything that he does, so let's be anti-device. I'm guessing that's what's happened there. The following audio clip, known as The Last Words of Maya Arnoldson, was recovered by park rangers in the Grand Canyon. Good lord, okay. Viewer discretion is advised. Right. What's going on then? What's all this then? Remove lens cap. So this is Maya walks on an unmarked trail. Maya notices something ahead of her. So is she at the Grand Canyon?
I'm leaving now. I won't bother you.
Yeah, she obviously noticed there's a guardian or something. Maya's body falls into a ravine. Okay, her body fell into a ravine. Her head is probably cut off, right? Audio cuts out. In 2004, park rangers discovered Maya Arnoldson's headless body. What was she doing there? As of 2021, her head remains missing. Yeah, because it's became the freaking CANYONCROWN. So the head that they saw in the CANYONCROWN video did belong to Maya. But why did Nathaniel know to go to the Grand Canyon? They must have been trying to uncover something, and it must have been because they were anti-Dean and anti-device, that they knew of these guardians protecting these restricted and forbidden areas within the Grand Canyon, and they obviously knew it had something to do with the Department of Technology, Mays, President Dean, all that stuff, and they wanted to go investigate it. Why they did that, I'm guessing we will find out. We will definitely find out. Okay, guys, this is getting very, very interesting. It's all piecing together now. So let's just carry on with the next video.
Fallen Father, the Monument Mythos.
Statement from Maze. We hope you're happy wherever you are. I don't know what that means, but let's just go. A shocking surprise visit. Are you ready? They followed me all the way home. Who did? Oh, little squirrel man, Mr. Squirrel, baby. The bastard man. He's back. And he is beautiful. He just gave you the stink eye. Something like Cat Gizmo. Horny. What? Where did that come from? But forget about that. Since you're gone, you'll never see this video, but I had a dream that you were still here and you were about to leave the house. And right before you left, you said, I'm going home now. I know your health problems made your body a prison and now you're free. Oh, jeez. But we miss you so much. I wish I hugged you more often. I love you, Dad. I hope you're happy wherever you are. Good Lord. Oh, that's a gut puncher right there. I can't stop thinking about the day you left. It hurts so much to remember. The worst memories live at home with us. What? Oh dear. Is that a freaking... Is that what I think it is? Is that a swollen head? It looked like it was floating. Jeez. So when he said it followed me home, wasn't just talking about the squirrel. So on... No, it can't be that. On the trip to... I don't know. I can't believe it's been 3 days already. Nathaniel Arnoldson. Whew, okay. Eric. Oh, shit, yeah, I forgot. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I forgot that happened. That was a tribute to Manticore's dad, I think, who sadly did pass away. I remember that now. It was really sad. But the memory lives on inside this awesome freaking series that has been created. So, well, there we go, guys. So I think what's happened there is, obviously, Maya went to explore the canyon. And then Nathaniel went as well. The only confusion I have here is that in the video, the CANYONCROWN, obviously there's a brother and a sister there. And this is from the perspective of one of those two. So did this death happen on that trip? Because if it did, why would they make like this fun movie? You know what I mean? Like this little like weird movie maker kind of thing if their dad died there. So it maybe happened just after that. Maybe the dad went back on his own and was like, I'll see you later. Maybe that's what happened, which is interesting. And now I think he might have become a head as well. He might have become one of these CANYONCROWNs. We're going to find out, guys. Let's go on to the next video.
Rockefeller Revelation, the Monument Mythos. Statement from Maze. What do you think happened to President Rockefeller? Share your theories on Twitter. Corn.
My dad unexpectedly passed away 3 months ago. I will try my best to continue his work. Okay, so... Wait. Was Nathaniel Arnoldson Dr. Disturbing this whole time? Or was Dr. Disturbing the son of Nathaniel Arnoldson? I think... Either way, the Rockefeller tapes part 7... Oh my goodness! Don't jump scare me like that. That's... Ew! Actually, interesting fact about this, guys, is that I reacted to the original version of this video, and the creator Manticore actually reached out to me and said, "Yeah, do you mind taking this down?" Because I think they included the names of real life soldiers, I think, and they wanted to redo it so that it was more fictional. And, you know, I happily, agreed because I don't want to tread on anyone's toes or anything like that. But yeah, I remember I reacted to the original version of this and people were asking me what, oh, do you mind, re-uploading that? I was like, no.
In its hangar. I was astounded by its immensity until I saw my own name printed on its side.
Oh, okay.
At that moment, an entirely new feeling unveiled within me. It was an emotion which frequented me in childhood. A blend of revulsion and satisfaction that had followed the execution of a cruel jest on a friend or a stranger. A pin in one's foot. A tumble down a stairwell. What would others think? I thought to myself, at the sight of a foreign airship bearing the name of the American president dropping explosives upon cities of unarmed civilians.
Yeah, that's probably not a good look for you, in honesty. You might want to take your name off of that.
I wish to say that revulsion was my sole reaction to this invention, yet I cannot deny that I was proud of this magnificent vehicle. It was perhaps the greatest war machine ever developed by mankind, made possible by yours truly.
Okay.
By nightfall, shame outweighed pride, and I requested the immediate removal of my name from the airship and all its future successors. Although the Germans complied, they continued to refer to their airships as Rockefellers.
Wait, you were supplying Germans with frickin' these ships during the war?
I knew that removing my name would not obscure the facts for very long. It was inevitable.
What, the president of the United States was sending ships, these battleships or whatever they are, the Rockefellers, over to Germany to bomb his own people.
The American public would one day become aware of my secret dealings.
Well, not like their own people, but it would be Europe and stuff like that, right? Luftschiff Rockefeller 70. Nose, body, tail. Elevator, rudder. Surveillance car. Envelope. Gunner gondolas. Control car. Spindle. Interior. Oh dear.
It had always been my intention to reinvigorate the American economy. Once I had been debriefed of the situation in the Grand Canyon, the overpopulation of crowns.
Oh God! He was using the crowns, the people that was getting beheaded, and using them in these ships. So not only is his freaking name on this thing, but he's using decapitated heads to power these things.
I was also hearing the beginnings of a solution to the impending economic collapse. That solution being slavery. I can imagine your reluctance to read on, and I entirely understand. Rest assured, I believe that all citizens should be unconditionally promised the very freedoms that our country established at its founding: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Right, okay.
However, crowns are not men or women.
Oh my goodness.
Nor are they animals. They are merely the decayed shells of ignoble criminals.
And by ignoble criminals, they mean people who were suspicious of Dean, and even like what was going on. Well, this was during. Okay, hang on a sec. This was in like the 40s, right? 1930s, 1940s. So was the whole Dean thing wasn't even in. Okay, all right.
For the same freedoms.
So who were they killing? Just criminals,
civilians.
normal criminals.
Once they were conditioned and bound together, the crowns became the perfect workforce. They did not rebel, so they could not speak.
Damn.
They could not leave, so they were chained. And best of all, the crowns were incapable of forming unions.
Good lord. That is just awful. Anti-airship death ray. Section through drum. Pedestal. Starter assembly. Starting switch. Plug and cable to ballast box. Lamp. Lamp holder. Front elevation. Turntable and arms. Elevation clamp. Positioning handle. Lamp adjusters assembly. What the lens? The heck is it shooting at? What is that shooting at?
Germany was the first nation to inquire about the crowns and their potential applications in warfare. I never mentioned the vast quantities of geyser glass we owned, since I knew that it could provide them with many more crowns at low cost.
Right.
Instead, after signing several agreements and receiving a tremendous German sum, I provided them with over 100 crowns, along with my best advisors and the brightest engineers. Our time with the Germans gave rise to the greatest military vehicles in history, the Rockefellers.
Right.
Germany's growing demand for men and crowns to construct more Rockefellers revitalized the American economy.
Right.
Very few nations offered to hire as many of our men and women, and none would have paid as graciously as Germans did. It was, by all accounts, the greatest and most sustainable partnership of recent times. I could not have foreseen the destruction those airships would eventually inflict to the very nation that provided them.
You silly goose. And yeah, absolutely. What did you think was going to happen? You're selling these weapons of mass destruction, basically, over to, what was this, before the war started? It must have been, right? There's no way you'd freaking provide these ships to your enemy.
I thought that their creation would unite Germany and America.
Okay, 1918.
I could not have predicted that.
Okay, so it wasn't World War II. I apologize.
By 1918, Rockefeller bombing raids would have killed thousands of American and European soldiers.
Jeez.
My terms were over before I could take action against the Germans.
You silly
goose. It was the administration after my own, which was tasked with the seemingly impossible mission of destroying the Rockefellers while preserving the reputation of the former president.
Why would you want to preserve the reputation of a sellout? The dude sold his country out, essentially. Why not just... whatever.
Although they knew of my dealings in Germany and had every opportunity to expose me, they chose not to.
Okay,
for in
why?
their eyes, no good could come of it. However, I knew it was only a matter of time before I would become the laughingstock of my country.
Right.
As the war drew to a close, I often found myself in a daze, envisioning my assassination on the streets of New York, or, more likely, on the steps of my very own center.
I mean, you'd deserve it, let's be honest. Get Luigi Mangione in there.
However, it would be years before my visions would acquire any plausibility. President Hughes did a fine job of eliminating every Rockefeller while concealing my involvement.
So you just get to reap the benefits. Loads of people die and your name isn't tainted at all. Why is this pissing me off as if it's actually real? Okay. Operation Pyramid Plasma. Not to scale. Okay, so this is the... Okay. So they were using anti-airship death ray. The Great Pyramid? Okay, are they harnessing the power of the pyramid because they know that there's like fauna inside that produces this electrical kind of thing? Luftschiff Rockefeller 70. Bang! You gotta shoot it, right? No? Oh, it's like a laser. It came straight out of the top of the pyramid. Right. The heck?
It is a miracle that only now the news of my involvement in the Great War has become widely known. Thankfully, information on the crowns has continued to stay hidden from the public spotlight. I would much rather have the public believe that Germans were the only persons inside.
Yeah, so not only was he selling these ships to the Germans, but he was making American citizens, even if they were criminals, slaves inside that ship.
The airships were shot down and crashed in flames.
Damn.
With the tragedy at the
That's someone throwing their own head.
And now the airship scandal, known by many as the Rockefeller Revelation. I believe that my failures have finally caught up to me.
Right.
There are men outside the center who had once been my supporters. Now, they want me executed.
I mean, fair enough, you know?
The policemen have kept the crowds at bay, though I believe that my assassination is, like the revelation, inevitable.
Yeah.
To be elected the president of a country is the greatest honor a people can bestow. But at the moment, I do wish to be the famous oil tycoon that young Virginia Arnoldson believed I was. Forgive me.
All for what? For a bit of money? Yeah, you might as well have just gone on and do the oil tycoon. If you're just interested in the money. Look at him, he looks like a corpse, no offense. How old was he when he freaking died? Effects of operation. Stage 1, disintegration. The men divide into microscopic pads. Wait, what? Oh, do they... Stage 2, ambulation. The semi-conscious and unstable remains of the men traverse the desert in an attempt to better understand their condition. Are these the false children? They're the stars, the STARRYSPHINX that we were seeing. Stage 3, amalgamation. The men fuse together into a more stable being. Wow. Okay, they fuse into one person. Stage 4, migration. As one, the men return to their homeland. Okay, but whose house do they go to? Honey, I'm home! Right, so they just fly home then? Stage 5, retaliation. The men execute a counterattack. A counterattack? Against who? On May 23rd, 1937, President Rockefeller entered a bunker underneath 30 Rockefeller Plaza. He was never seen again. Okay, so I'm guessing the counterattack was investigators found that the door of the bunker has been melted open with possibly the most powerful heat ray ever built. To this day, the Rockefeller Foundation considers the president's disappearance as an abduction. Bro, he just got freaking incinerated. That's probably what happened to him. Only 2 photos of the potential suspects were ever released. The special tree. Can you see them? I see the special tree. Oh, here maybe? I don't know. No, I don't see them. I just see... Oh, here! Interesting, okay. And this was... Here maybe? Is that him there? Damn, okay. Interesting. So... May 23rd, 1937. Oh, camera just stopped. 1937. So let me just quickly check something here. Okay, this was in 1937. So whilst this tree was being cut down by the men, the unification of these soldiers, the false children, I think they're called, was stalking J.D. Rockefeller and looking for a chance to get them, I assume. And this was going on at the same time that these airships were being discovered, being funded by Rockefeller. Damn, what a shitty president.
Washington Wonderland. The Monument Mythos.
Statement from Mays. Everett Arnoldson, commonly referred to as the 20th Washington absentee, is a humanoid creature that is purported to inhabit the forests of the Washington Zone. Have you ever seen Everett? Share your sightings on Twitter. Okay, well, here we go, guys. We're about to get a lore dump right now. After an unsuccessful lobotomy, Virginia Faye Arnoldson provided a more complete account of the Rockefeller tree tragedy. This is her account. An unsuccessful lobotomy. Oh, good lord.
When I was little, something went wrong with me.
Yeah.
And everything switched.
Yeah.
Even my parents, my new ones, did not like me, so they left me.
Jeez.
My
Okay.
foster parents did not like me either. So, I was left at an orphanage.
Mm-hmm. That's a shame.
We were better off. But many were left at the orphanage too. We loved each other. We stuck together.
Damn, that's a
We
shame.
were 18 when we were separated. The military took the boys, and the doctors took the girls.
What for?
They probably do not remember the tree anymore. Soon, I will not remember either. But I hope you will remember.
Right, okay.
Remember for me? When the tree changed me, I was not scared. At first, I did not know what was wrong with me. When my eyes adjusted, I was in a field of special trees. I was reminded of a story my ma told me. Alice in Wonderland.
Ah, okay.
This was my Wonderland. I held myself close and looked up. The trees looked like they ended, but above them there were upside down trees, and above those there were upright trees.
So it's just infinite.
They were being reflected forever.
Damn.
The pattern repeated for as far as I could see. I looked down, and I thought I was on solid ground. But when I looked more closely, I was sitting on a thin, floating layer of dust.
Wow, okay.
It smelled like baby powder.
Baby powder. That's the second time we've heard of baby powder. The first was being on Mount Rushmore Revenge, when they said workers were putting baby powder on the presidents.
And through the dust, I could see the start of another tree. And below that one, there was another and another.
Right.
An infinity of trees.
So is the baby powder to prevent, like, something from coming out, potentially?
With the dust, I heard distant footsteps. They grew louder and louder. Then there were bright flashes of light all around me. Out from these lights, hundreds of people ran out. One man came up to me and whispered, "The trees are not the trees."
Okay, what does that mean?
He had such sad, tired eyes. As he picked me up and put me on his shoulders, he said, "You could be her. Anyone could be her. I promise I will not leave you."
Right, okay.
There was a bright flash, and we were in another field. He was sitting in front of me with his hand out. Another flash, and we were both running past through the woods. Another flash, and we were both lying on the ground, looking at infinity.
So time's just passing by.
Every few seconds there was a flash, and we would be doing something else. Again, and again, and again. Over, and over, and over.
How long for?
Would not stop. It felt like forever. Years of flashes.
Years?
I was so angry at first. But soon, I had those sad, tired eyes of his too.
Okay, so did she remember this when she was younger? Because why wouldn't she have brought this up before? Maybe she just wasn't remembering and it was slowly coming back to her.
So sad and tired. Every now and then we would flash to another layer of dust. Above or below, who knows? But we would always see the climbers.
Climbers.
I think there were people who tried to climb the trees while they were flashed around. They were stretched and burnt.
Yikes.
Maybe the dust was the people that fell.
Oh my goodness, okay.
Always with me. He kept me safe the whole time. It must have been years. It felt like 500 years.
Jeez, that's a long time.
I named him Everett.
Everett?
He was always there. He never left me. Everett was my best friend. Then on one random day, no time, one random time,
yeah,
all the trees bent, and a flash brought me back to New York.
Damn, okay.
All my friends were around me, but this was another New York. I did something wrong, and I lost Everett. I ruined everything.
Right. Oh, you wanted to put like a star up, right?
I lost everything. For me and my friends, I ruined their lives. I will not tell you about the orphanage. It was a hard time. I will keep memories of the orphanage to myself.
That's fair enough.
They do not matter to you.
Hey, I wasn't asking. It's all good.
When I was 18, I left the orphanage. I looked for my new parents. They were not together anymore.
That's a shame.
My new pa died from a broken heart.
My goodness.
And Uma lived all by herself. She did not let anyone into her house anymore.
Agoraphobic.
All because of me. I wanted my old parents back. I went to the Rockefeller Center for an answer. The tree stood at the top of the plaza.
Are you sure that's a tree?
I was never supposed to visit again, but I did, and I spoke to her. At first, I could not understand her. Her voice was like a breeze behind my eyes. It was cold. And
her voice?
But soon, I could understand. She said that I had to be ready to exchange one life for my own.
Damn.
She understood that I wanted to go back home, to my New York. She said, come back in 3 years. And I did. I waited.
For 3 years?
1,095 days.
Damn, that's a patient woman right there.
I returned 3 years later. At first, I could not understand her. Her voice was like a breeze behind my eyes. It was cold, and I could not move. But eventually, I could understand. She said that I had to be ready to exchange one life.
Are you repeating yourself? What's going on here?
She understood that I wanted to go back home.
Yeah?
To my New York. She said, come back in 3 years.
Okay.
And I did. I waited. 1,095 days.
So 6 years.
I returned 3 years later. At first, I could not understand her.
What's going on?
Her voice was like a breeze behind my eyes. It was cold, and I could not move. But eventually, I could understand. She said that I had to be ready to exchange one life.
Yeah, we've been over this. Twice.
She understood that I wanted to go back home. To my New York.
Yeah?
She said, come back in 3 years.
What's going on? 3 years? So she did that 3 different times.
1,095
years.
days.
How old was she?
While I waited, I met a man. He was a very important man. A secret agent.
A secret agent man.
One day, I found him waiting inside my house.
What was his name?
He was here to monitor me. No. To watch and protect me.
Right, okay.
But he had fallen in love with me. No one else liked me. So we took each other.
Fair enough.
We grew close.
Yeah?
Leonard loved me.
Leonard?
I loved him too.
Is that who I think it is?
We had a baby boy. I named him Everett.
Leonard Morlin, or whatever their name was. Senior advisor.
I was inside for 9 months when I saw the tree again.
Little Everett.
She put directions in my head. I followed those directions.
Oh, God.
I walked for 4 days.
Whilst pregnant?
I had to. I wanted to go home so badly.
What did Leonard think of all this?
But I became so happy when I could hear the music. It was like the tree's voice, but warm. The Washington Monument.
The Washington Monument.
Bigger in person.
Right.
Its door went up high, like it was for something much bigger.
Okay.
Then I went inside.
Okay.
Bodies everywhere.
Just gonna ignore that?
The breeze told me to relax. I went on the elevator. It went up.
So now this is an account of what actually happens inside one of these monuments.
It stopped at the top, and the music blared. It was so loud I could not move. The floor opened, and I fell all the way down.
Jeez.
I felt myself hit the ground. Then I kept drifting down, past the ground, past rock, sand, and magma, through the layers of earth. It must have been years.
Years?
It felt like 500 years.
Another 500 years?
when I reached the other side.
I'm starting to think that you're making this a little bit extreme now. You're over-exaggerating here.
Through all the layers of Earth.
Okay, so
magma,
she went as above, so below.
Past the ground, back into a body. Another body. Almost the same body. And flattened like a little red pancake. But I felt so empty.
Right.
My belly had sunk. Little Everett.
So was she now in her New York?
Not with me anymore.
Oh, God. One life for another.
Many others laid around me. Broken like me. Almost alive and completely still.
Unconscious, right?
But little Everett was nowhere. While everyone else exchanged for their own lives themselves, I must have exchanged little Everett for mine.
Oh dear.
I cried. I cried for years. And we all bled into the ground for years.
For years?
Why did the tree keep us alive? Did they like pain? Did they drink our blood? Was there any reason for any of it? I lost little Everett.
Right.
He had no say.
So now I'm going to guess that Everett's still alive in the other version and is growing like into an actual person.
His first word. I ruined his life from the start. Maybe he lives in Wonderland. I hope he lives in Wonderland.
He did. Wow. I mean, it's the person, if you think about it, guys, the person she met in Wonderland was Everett. His existence, the whole timeline's all messed up. His existence came from her. If that's what they're going off of here, Everett actually is her son. And he looked after her as she was a kid.
One random day, the music grew, and there was the brightest flash. We found ourselves outside, at the base of the tower.
Okay.
The tree had been freed.
Freed?
And we were in a field of trees.
Oh dear.
Wonderland had risen. But little Everett was still missing.
Well, that's not good.
We were all lifted out in helicopters. I was at the hospital faster than ever before. They told me it was 2003.
2003?
They told me everything I knew was wrong.
What do you mean?
They told me everyone I knew was dead.
So they went from 1937, was it, to 2003?
And now they plan to fix me. I'm sorry, Pa. I'm sorry, Ma. I'm sorry, friends. I'm sorry, Leonard.
So, was it that when that flash happened again, when she returned back to New York as a kid, was that when Everett flashed into... Well, I'm confused. Hang on a sec.
Please remember me. Please. Please remember me.
Right. After a second lobotomy, Virginia never spoke again. Late in her life, she produced a series of paintings titled The Right Life. Right. Oh, man. Oh, that's sad. This poor girl. What Leonard and I, Everett and I, is that like a together. Aww. That's really sad. Virginia passed away in 1980. What the fuck? What do you mean 1980? It was 2003. Her son Everett is believed to be the 20th Washington absentee. What? What? This is a brain tickler. That's really sad though, man. That's tragic. It's actually tragic. There's no other word for it. November 2021. Oh, wow. Phoenix Plays here says, this is honestly really sad. Also, I realized the reason the first lobotomy probably failed is because her brain was backwards like the rest of her organs. Oh my goodness. Okay, I understand it now. I understand the whole 1980 thing, right? Because I was thinking of it from the perspective of one Virginia. There are technically two Virginias. There's this Virginia, who died in 2003, or something happened to her, and she came back in 2003, and she was one of the Washington absentees, I believe. And then the other version, who basically just lived in the Deanverse, I think, and died at the age of 59 in 1980, and most likely gave birth to Maya and Nathaniel Arnoldson. So there's two Virginias. One had Everett with Leonard, who might be Leonard Morlin, I'm not sure, I don't know, there wasn't a surname given there. The other one is Virginia, who gave birth to Maya and Nathaniel. My goodness, it gets super confusing. Okay, well, that was a super confusing episode right there, but I'm guessing Virginia and Everett, because Everett must have been growing there somehow. But then, there was 19 absentees. Okay, so the 2003 version of Virginia obviously was found amongst the Washington absentees, and Everett must have been alongside them? No. I'm very confused, I've got to admit, guys. I'm super confused right now, but I think I get the gist of it. So there were two Virginias. One of them had Everett. The other one had Maya and Nathaniel. But Everett wasn't truly born, but he must have been, because he was found as the 20th absentee in 2003, right? Okay, guys, I'm just going to step in here quickly from the future, because I realized I didn't read the description of the Washington Wonderland video properly. So Everett is a humanoid creature that's apparently living in the forests of the Washington zone. I didn't really pay attention to that part, but it still doesn't really answer my question as to... Right, so supposedly Virginia went to this monument, right? And she was killed, she was swapped over. But there was still her version in this universe and another version in this universe. So did she wake up with Everett in this universe or this universe? Because I know in this universe she was lifted, like in 2003 she was lifted out, and I believe, I'm not sure what actually happened after that, but in the other timeline she lived up until 1980 and died. So in 2003, I believe she was lobotomized, right? But yeah, I guess the confusion for me is that she goes in pregnant, comes out the other side not pregnant, but Everett somehow spawns in either in one of the universes as the 20th Washington absentee. That's the bit that's confusing me. So I thought I'd just throw this in here, because you're going to hear me talk crap about Everett and my theories without realizing that in the description of the Washington Wonderland, it said that he is a humanoid creature that is living in the forest of the Washington zone now. God knows what happened there, but that's a super confusing story, to say the least. You should leave your theories down below on what you think that is actually all about. And I think I am onto something with, like, it's obviously two separate Virginias, but I'm confused about the 20th absentee being Everett. Where did that happen? Was it alongside another version of Virginia? It couldn't have been. I'm confused. I'm super confused. Like, how did Everett get from the Wonderland to there? Did he go, when that flash happened, when he was with young Virginia, did he then go through? He must have then gone through to the 2003 Washington absentees. I'm confusing myself right now. Right, let's move on to the next video now.
Air Force One Fallen Angel. The Monument Mythos. Both the Anti-Device Association and the splinter group Advocates for the Division of America are criminal organizations. If you encounter members of either group, please report them to your local authorities. The 2003 World Egg Transmission was produced digitally by the ADA and converted to an analog signal for broadcasting. UZA maps are updated yearly to reflect the expanding nature of the 3 zones. Keep up with the latest development on Twitter.
I don't know what any of that means, but we're going to discover it now. We're going to find out right now. Here we go. Air Force One Angel. Fallen Angel. Okay, so if I remember correctly, they said in the first Air Force One Angel that it was shot down when it came back into Washington airspace. Simulation of strike property of Maze. Okay. August 2003. After making various stops across the United States, Air Force One flew into the restricted airspace of Washington, D.C. After an extensive evaluation, the United States Air Force took action. I just realized, guys, there is 2 timelines happening right now. And I believe that these videos are telling 2 different timelines. We've got the Dean verse, and we've got, like, one that isn't the Dean verse. Just the Virginia verse, I guess? The other version of Virginia? I don't know. After making various stops across the United States, Air Force One flew into the restricted airspace of Washington, D.C. After an extensive evaluation, the United States Air Force took action. Mission accomplished. Amen, brother. We done did it. We done did it! The United States of America. Legally known as the United Zones of America. What? Don't get me started on something new. Okay, the Alcatraz Zone. Rushmore Zone. Washington Zone. What? Okay, so those are all different monuments, right? So the monuments have different zones now. Legally known as the United States. Okay, the 3 zone capitals are Waste. Is that how you say that? Pahasapa. What is going on? Nekochtank. Ex Tribus Unum. Out of 3, 1. Right. Whoa, Jesus, what just happened? Okay, I gotta stop the camera. Oh, it stopped for me, never mind. Really wanna know. Rightio. Al Gore's America is a shell, for the true ruler beneath our feet. It is time for the underground god to leave. He does not belong here. But the world egg cannot hatch without force. We must fracture the zones ourselves. We must split the earth open. Once it leaves, there will be peace, and a state for each and every person. What? No more zones. For the cracks will be the true borders. 1,000 states of America are 1,000 states of peace. We are no longer the Ant-Device Association. We are the Advocates for the Division of America. How will we divide the land? Hang on. Anti-Device Association. With our fallen angel, of course. Who would have thought that he would land on the tomb of the unknown soldier? We found him before anyone else. Burnt and broken from the blast. After we fix him, he will be a walking atom bomb. He will evict the horned serpent, the same way he evicted the traitor. President Rockefeller. Okay. Jeez, okay, so... From reality. So they're talking about that amalgamation of those soldiers. Advocates for the Division of America. The Division of America. So they're no longer the Anti-Device Association, they're the Advocates for the Division of America. To what end? That makes no sense, because it feels like the whole reason they were so anti-Dean and anti-device or whatever was because they understood what was happening at Maze and the Department of Technology. So this kind of makes no sense. Now they're wanting this horned serpent underneath to awaken? That doesn't make any sense. Unless I'm just getting it all wrong, which is most likely the case. The unification of 1980 was short-lived, as state borders were restored by the end of the decade. However, due to the extent of the unification of 2003, state borders are not expected to be restored within the century. So 1980, these are two important dates, because 1980 was the date that one Virginia died. 2003 was the date that Virginia came out... Well, she became an absentee? The ADA refuses to recognize the 3 zones in their capitals. Okay, I think what I'm getting confused here is the absentees, the 20 absentees, Washington absentees, is from one timeline. In the other timeline, they were lifted out. I don't know. That video has genuinely fried my brain. Okay. Due to the extent of the unification of 2003, state borders are not expected to be restored within the century. The ADA refuses to recognize the 3 zones and their capitals. What? Good lord. Yeah, so towards the end of season 2 is just brain-frying material. Like, really hard concepts to wrap your head around, like with what's going on. There's 2 different timelines happening, and there's certain events in this timeline, certain events in this timeline, and it's easy to get them both confused. What's confusing me is the whole absentee and Everett being an absentee, but like, surely Virginia would be there too? Or was she not? It makes no sense to me. Fallen Angel on the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier 2003. Photograph of by the ADA, property of Maze. So ADA still exists? But is that like an off-branch of ADA? Right. Guys, I won't lie. Special thanks to Eliana Gallagher and Andrew Wilson. December 2021. I won't lie, guys. Yeah, the end of season 2, it's super confusing, really confusing. So I'm hoping you guys can follow along with what's happening. Oh, okay. So the Anti-Device Association and the Splinter Group Advocates for the Division of America. What's a splinter group? The Advocates for the Division of America are a smaller offshoot of Anti-Device Association. I was going to say, because these guys, it feels like they represent 2 different things. It feels like the Anti-Device Association or Anti-Dean Association are against whatever is happening, and they're aware that it's happening and that they're against it, but the advocates are for it.
Liberty Lurkers. The Monument Mythos.
Statement from Maze. Archaic spellings and other minor deviations in the French transcriptions can be attributed to American publicists, often liberty liars, at the turn of the 20th century. These deviations have been preserved to maintain the transcription's historical integrity. While American publicists correctly capitalized Etats Unis, United States, in their transcription of Liberty Lurker interviews, French writers often left the country in lowercase to subtly hint at their own anti-American sentiments. Chthoniot designation derived from the Greek words for underworld and sailor. Ask a question to a real Chthoniot on Twitter. Okay, so we're being introduced to Chthoniots in this video. Good lord, man. There's just a lot happens towards the end of season 2 that you're like, whoa, hang on a second, go back. The Statue of Progress is a colossal neoclassical sculpture at the entryway of the Suez Canal in Port Said, Egypt. Is that Said? Progress was designed by Frederick Auguste Bartholdi, who later designed the Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Progress and the Statue of Liberty, two different things. Right. But they were designed by the same person. The following audio is an excerpt from an interview with the developer of the Suez Canal. Ferdinand de Lesseps. Many cannot name the region where my accent is derived from. I blame my many years in diplomatic service for this. While my accent has suffered at its hands, my understanding of human nature has not. Diplomacy, not psychology, is the true study of the mind. Today I know that there is only one genuine source of happiness. It is the source for every category of happiness, efficiency. All happiness flows from efficiency. It is the ease of success, not the success itself, which best determines the quality of satisfaction. It was my desire for efficiency which drove me to establish the Suez Canal Company. Like the Colossus of antiquity, I wished to unite the trade of the East with the West. I wished to pull them together in the fraction of time that it had taken for them to engage in the past. There is a dream I would like to share with you all, perhaps a premonition. A traveller in the distant future stands at the entrance of the Suez Canal and watches the ships drift past with rapture. The traveller realises that they have achieved true happiness, greater than any human being who had stood there before. For at their feet, at their place in time, the canal will have spared our civilization a total of 1,000,000 years in sailing time. Of course, we will not be there to share their realization, and the travellers will only know us as characters in the myths of their time. But believe me, it will happen. Ships will be in service for hundreds of years longer, and sailors will spend less time reaching their destinations and more time in their destinations. I mean, yeah, it's a nice idea for sure. I mean, that's what it is, right? The Suez Canal is efficient and happiness will flow from it endlessly. Until now, what you have heard was from a speech I wrote for the grand opening of the canal. However, I did not read this speech. I could not bring myself to lie to everyone. Oh God. What's the truth? I did not choose to build the canal. The man beneath America ordered me to. What? Any night, he can sink into my dreams. What? You're gonna have to clarify that, buddy. Is no one around you being like, excuse me, sir, can you say that again, please? You sound crazy. From the Book of Ferdinand, 29:3, The Sinking Man and the Forbidden Fruit. Animation by the advocates for the division of America. Good Lord. What are you doing, buddy? You're floating around the tree. What's going on? Hello? And you're falling underneath the tree. How did that happen then? Oh, this is frickin' Wonderland. Oh no. He's stretched among the trees? So he fell into Wonderland, technically. Or Special Tree Land, whatever you want to call it. Advocates for the Division of America. For years, it was believed that all surviving audio recordings of the infamous 1889 Liberty Lurker interview with Frederick August Bartholdi were fakes produced by American publicists. These publicists were known as Liberty Liars and would sell their false artifacts to American socialites. However, the authenticity of one audio recording continues to be disputed. It is simply known as l'Authentique Liberty Lurker. Okay. To the Providence I confess, it is a heavy burden that I cannot share with the world, but I cannot keep carrying it on my shoulders all alone. The most difficult part, the most painful, the one that made my sleep go away and my hair go grey, was the construction of the pedestal. Although the statue was intended to be a gift, the US ambassador regularly encouraged us to follow President Grant's requests. We made a deal, and each month we received varying design and size requirements for the pedestal. After 4 years, requests to change the size of the structure ceased. People often ask why the pedestal is so disproportionate to the statue. All I can tell them is, ask the Americans. So I think we heard this in the first video of the Monument Mythos, which was called Liberty Lurker. Okay, well this is Liberty Lurkers. But I know why the pedestal is so massive, so tall. I simply cannot bring myself to tell them the truth. I am not strong enough. The truth being that I designed an abattoir just for him. Abattoir. An abattoir, also known as a slaughterhouse, is a facility where livestock animals are slaughtered to provide food. So this dude created a slaughterhouse for him. And I'm guessing the man beneath America. Grant told me that he used to be normal like us. He called him the Horned Serpent, or Daganiers, the Devourer of Villages. It was the name given to George Washington by the Iroquois. Iroquois? This was no coincidence. Their damned founding father locked up in Mine Foundation. Okay, right. Okay, I do see. This is the bit I do remember. That it's the Horned Serpent is George Washington, but there was 2 versions of George Washington, similar to there's 2 Virginias, right? Or was there? Are there multiple George Washingtons? There's the George Washington that froze up in the Delaware River. There's this George Washington who became the Horned Serpent. That's insane. George Washington just chilling beneath America. What's happening? What are we looking at right now? That doesn't sound fun, whatever it is. Oh, it was coming out of the freaking pedestal. Following the release of the Liberty Lurker, chthonauts surveyed the environment beneath the Statue of Liberty's pedestal. My god, I've been recording this second part for nearly 3 hours, guys. They recorded the following video inside the Horned Serpent metastructure, colloquially known as Wonderland. So, right. Chthonaught designation derived from the Greek words for underworld and sailor. Underworld sailor. My goodness. So this was a video recorded inside the metastructure. The following clip may disturb blank viewers who are sensitive to loud noises. Prolonged exposure to music from the Horned Serpent metastructure may damage your brain. Okay, well brilliant. Let's give it a watch. You can't damage my brain anymore. Let me tell you that. Never mind. Okay, so this was what Virginia was experiencing? How did they ever communicate with each other with this sound going on? Oh, and it's infinite all the way down. Damn. Whoa. Goes all the way up as well. That is insane. This is just incomprehensible. So these all represent a different reality, perhaps? Oh, and they just flashed. Brilliant. Did they freaking die? Liberty Lurkers, a film by Alex Cazanes. Okay. So a George Washington fell into Wonderland and was stretched, perhaps trying to escape turning into a climber. That climber re-emerged into the world and was sealed away by Grant under the Liberty statue. That was Gabriel Amaro. Okay, so George Washington cut down a cherry tree, which wasn't in fact a cherry tree at all. It was a special tree that then took him into the Wonderland, and he was stretched across multiple trees and was trying to emerge through the Statue of Liberty, or it was at least caged inside the Statue of Liberty. My goodness. See, this is what I was saying, guys. This video, the series gets so confusing in terms of what the heck is going on. We've made it to the final video now, guys. So let's watch the final video.
ALCATRAZAPOCALYPSE, the Monument Mythos.
Statement from Maze. Did you know that the horned serpent is a true force of mass destruction? President George Washington was born on February 22nd, 1732. Toodaloo, type your last words on Twitter. Okay, this is it, guys. This is where it all comes to an end. And if you're confused still, trust me, so am I. But let's jump into this. The Tree of Liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. President Thomas Jefferson. Part 1. The final upload of Dr. Disturbing. Dr. Disturbing presents Dad's Favorite Things. So this is Nathaniel's Favorite Things. Part 17, Paintings. The Apotheosis of Washington by Constantine Brumidi. My goodness. Well, that's freaking Baphomet, isn't it? Looks like Baphomet, like as above, so below. It's almost got that kind of like, you know, that whole like 2 fingers up, 2 fingers down. It's almost got that same kind of vibe. Road to Happiness by James Dean. Looks like a bunch of trees. Could that be like literally special trees? Together by Virginia Arnoldson. Right. I hope I see you soon, Dad. Three days after the final upload, the remains of Lauren and Quinn Arnoldson were discovered in the Grand Canyon. Jeez. The whole freaking family were just like wiped out and decapitated. That's insane. The siblings were last seen riding on 2 astonishingly large balloons. They were riding on their... What was it? Their auntie and Dad's heads? According to park officials, the balloons encountered an unexpected crosswind which caused both siblings to fall to their deaths. Jeez, they were riding on the decapitated heads of their family members and fell off and died. Let's say that out loud once again, guys, because that was a sentence and a half. The last broadcast. Hello. By the time you see this, I will be dead. I would like you to know that the Anti-Device Association held me captive for years. They forced me to read their scripts to hand them legitimacy. You have heard me read about LINCOLNLOOKERS and the STARRYSPHINX. Those were their words in my mouth. But they did not keep as close an eye on me as they should have. Whenever I visited my family, I went to my studio underground. I was able to read my own scripts through the New Delaware Journal. The feds and the association thought an Arnoldson ran the station, but I had no crew. It was a one-man operation. Only I read. Only I broadcasted. This is the last script. This is the last broadcast. 3 nights before my death, Alcatraz went stealth. Wait, what? 3 nights before my death, Alcatraz went stealth. It looked like it had completely disappeared while everyone was asleep, but it was still here. It was all around us. It had simply expanded. Imperceptibly fast. It mimicked the surrounding environment on a subatomic level. Everyone believed that it had not spread to the East Coast yet, but it definitely did. I have just finished the last batch of tests, and I can confidently say that I am not the same person as I was 3 days ago. Alcatraz had copied us all overnight, every particle of this country and its citizens replaced. The United States is the ship of Theseus. Inside my skull is Alcatraz's fleshy reproduction of my brain. I remember a line from President Dean. If we sent everyone to prison, then what's a prison anymore? If everyone became a prison, then what's a person anymore? I will not live with a copy of myself. Better to extinguish myself now than to live a lifetime as something else's handiwork. I heard fire does the trick. Maybe I will see you in the next life. Remember me. For Everett. For Everett? For Virginia. For America. Leonard W. Moreland. Okay, so Leonard was the person that Virginia had a baby with. So this is from the timeline in which I'm guessing they both died? Victory or death. So what actually happened in that timeline with Everett and Virginia? What happened to those two? That's what's confusing me. Did they both die? I thought they were both conscious. If they were both conscious, surely they're... I don't know. That bit's confusing. You guys are going to have to work with me on that one. I don't understand it. Chthonor A will receive data. He will convey it to you in a theatrical manner. He will arrive in your world after our apocalypse. 2:22:22 in ours. 10:1:16 in yours. What? Why is time different? Hang on a second. That's the day that Manticore joined YouTube. So the day that Manticore joined YouTube was another timeline, and the day that you'd have watched this video when it was released in 2022 was our timeline. Oh, jeez. Why are there so many things being thrown in here? It's so confusing, man. After a brief investigation, authorities concluded that Leonard W. Moreland experienced a violent psychotic break before committing self-immolation. So Alcatraz has cloned everybody, copied everybody. No one's themselves anymore. That's insane. Part 3, The Angel's Ultimatum. The advocates were deranged. They are all ashes now. We will never be weapons again. Leave us alone or join the ash pile. After a 2-decade search, the angel was located in Babylon Forest. Operation Thunderbird. The angel being... Hang on a second. So you're telling me... Hang on. So are you telling me that the angel, the soldiers that were all joined into one, was the Air Force Angel? United States of America, Department of Technology. Operation Thunderbird. What the heck is going on here? My goodness. At the Grand Canyon, 2 androids lure freedom. The captive false children react to her presence. Energy from the false children react with an IPC invisible particle cloud known as Giza gas. X-Wing Warrior collects the container. Okay, so they've been enshrined in this freaking Giza glass, basically. And now it's being transported to the Babylon Forest. Okay, is it going to break out? Why couldn't it just break out before? Oh, never mind. The controlled decay of the container, oh got you, allows freedom to exit after touchdown. Okay, now it's just going through and cutting stuff out again. It's like a Pokemon battle. Freedom encounters the angel. Okay. Mutual assured destruction. Part 5. The following may disturb post-implant viewers who are sensitive to loud noises. So we're still in the Deanverse at this point. Whoa. Okay, what the heck did that just create? Oh, it's the egg inside the earth, right? Okay. The horned serpent. Why would they want to do that? So they want whoever was in charge of, like, okay, I'll leave my theory to the end, but my goodness, look at this. Ew, God, that makes me feel weird. Jeez. Oh, there's multiple of them. What is happening? Okay, so I think what's happened there is like what they obviously the horned serpent's been released, and in doing so the Wonderland has also been released. Okay, there's multiple of these things. And now they're connecting. What is going on? What is going on? Survivors of the Great Division are known as CORNERFOLK. Well, there we go, guys. I mean, I thought I could watch this thing in one go and try and understand what's happening. I still don't understand what's happening. This is extremely confusing. Okay, so this suggests that the end is the beginning in a way. So the end here, this ending is the start of the CORNERFOLK here, which means that inside this world, it must be this 16 world here, potentially. Honestly, I have no idea, guys. I wish I could piece this, because there's so many like moving parts of this thing. There's so many things that are going on that all obviously connect to each other. We got James Dean, the Department of Technology, Maze. We got like the Maze factories with these things underneath. We got the monuments themselves with the things underneath. We know that underneath America is a horned serpent, which is George Washington, stretched out amongst all this stuff. But where did Wonderland originally come from? Was it just always around? I'm guessing it was always around. Then there's the whole freaking Virginia Arnoldson and Everett situation. Like, that's a very confusing topic for me. But how did Everett get found as a 20th absentee if he was just a baby? And Everett was also in Wonderland as an adult. So was he actually found? It makes no sense. Was he found or was he not found? You know, there's so many different moving parts. There's Maya Arnoldson and freaking Nathaniel Arnoldson. They obviously was trying to uncover some kind of truth and got decapitated because of it. And the Arnoldson name is obviously super important to this whole thing. It could be that the moment that the lightning happened in the center, the Rockefeller Center, was the beginning of the end, which was what split up the timelines, right? There was one timeline, and there was another timeline. There was the one where Virginia died in 1980. There was one where I don't know if she died in 2003 or she was found outside the Washington Monument in 2003. This whole story follows two different timelines. And I think then, because technically this doesn't end here. I mean, the Monument Mythos ends here, but the Nixon verse begins now. And the Nixon verse, I think, I have no idea how that all goes into this. Maybe you guys can make more sense of it. And if you can, leave your theory down below. I'd love to see your comments on this, on your explanation of the whole thing, although that would probably take a while to type out because there's a lot to work with here. There's a lot of dates, people, events, different timelines. My goodness. I don't understand. Also, I don't understand what was the point in Freedom and the Angel fighting each other. Did they know that that was going to cause an event which would awaken the horned serpent? Did they know that was going to happen? Was that their hope, that the horned serpent comes out? And to what end? You're going to die if that happens. Everyone's dead. You know what I mean? That makes no sense. I mean, it's a fantastic series, and the whole Virginia Arnoldson story is such a sad and tragic story, but really well told. I'm just confused on the whole, like, absentees and what actually happened to different Arnoldsons. But there we go, guys. This has been the longest video I've ever made on the channel. I'm not sure how much this is going to come to. I mean, the first part was 2 hours. This part's like 3 hours 11 right now. So it could be a 4 to 5 hour video. That is insane. I am not looking forward to editing this. I'm glad that I could come back to this. I am still confused as heck, but maybe this will help me now for future videos on American folklore, and I'll be able to understand a lot better, because now, if you remember, guys, the special tree actually links in to the whole King Paper York thing. We're getting an understanding of where the special trees came from, I guess, potentially, which makes no sense because George Washington became the thing underneath America in the first place. So they were always around. I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know. It's going to hurt my brain. I can actually I can smell my brain right now because it's working very hard to try and understand this. But like I said, guys, leave your theories below. Let me know what you thought. And go watch the original for yourself. There might be something that we missed that you can make more sense of. I highly encourage you just to go watch the rest yourself. It's going to be a long watch party, at least 5 hours of footage there for you to watch. I remember one video that wasn't included in here for the CORNERFOLK people. They must have deleted it because it was like retconned maybe, or maybe just didn't like, they didn't want to include it in the story. But I remember it being, there was a baby found in a car or something in the CORNERFOLK part of it. It was a different playlist. I'm not sure what happened there. I'm guessing obviously it was retconned, or yeah, it didn't make any sense of the story, or it was just dark and yeah, didn't want to include that. But interesting stuff, guys. There we go. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. I hope you did enjoy, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Take care, guys.